Dear Volters, good morning and welcome to our policy summit. 2 months ago, I almost fainted for the first time in my life.
Good morning.
I was reading an article by a journalist which was titled, "Why I Will Vote Volt." The sudden joy and immense gratitude that struck me was so overwhelming that I had to sit down, actually in this chair. And the intense working hours and constant adrenaline of the election campaign, they must have had something to do with it as well, of course. But it was definitely a unique experience. If you bring back politics to its core, it consists of three things: good ideas, secondly, convincing people of those ideas, and thirdly, implementing those ideas when you are elected. So I often get the question, how did you get 3 MPs in the Dutch parliament? What made the success of the Dutch electoral campaign? Well, it's partly the fact that we were able to employ 3 full-timers 1.5 years before the elections. To a large extent, it's strong local teams and all our volunteers, the backbone of Volt. It's partly successful crowdfunding campaigns, constant online activities of our supporters, and it's candidates that truly embody the values of our movements. But first and foremost, the success was made by good ideas, good policies. That's where it starts. And the reason why the journalist from that article has voted Volt is entirely based on our policies. Our policies that are the written representation of hours of debate, cross-border conversations and research. Our policies generated through our lengthy bottom-up European policy cycle. With Volt, we aim to be visionary, not just in the content of our policies, but also in their creation. This is where the pioneering of European politics starts. And that's why I want to start this policy summit with thanking everybody that contributed to this policy cycle and the content of today's proposals. Making policies this way is laborious and sometimes frustrating. I've also felt that frustration, but it's part of it because pioneering is difficult. But it's not only difficult, it is also incredibly important. The realization that our ideas generated through this lengthy bottom-up policy cycle inspire a new way of thinking makes me so proud. And that's why I want to use this moment to share some paraphrased highlights of this article and show you how somebody outside of Volt sees our policy program. Here it goes. If you had to summarize our election program in one sentence, it would be this: without Europe, we are nowhere. Whereas the Party for Animals was the first to say goodbye to humans at the center of politics, Volt does this with the nation state and merges the country into the continent. And with that, Volt has turned the logic of politics upside down. Instead of nationalizing international politics, they internationalize national and local politics. Volt has the explicit ambition of making politics itself as cross-border as the problems we have to solve. And this radical philosophical change is exactly what we need, and therefore a good reason in and of itself to vote for Volt. But it's certainly not the only one. The election program is full of progressive goodies of the better kind. And the best plans are all inspired by successful policies from different countries. Instead of importing gas, you can also just import good ideas. And at the same time, unlike most progressive parties, Volt does not rule out nuclear power as a means of transition. The fact that Volt, contrary to the left-wing mainstream, is not dogmatic on this point shows political courage and independence of spirit. Whether it's about climate, taxes, or defense, almost all Volt's policy proposals are European policy proposals. Not surprising when you consider that, say, one European rule for energy-efficient hoovers saves as much CO2 emissions as a quarter of the entire Dutch climate agreement. The party may often be portrayed in the media as a youth party. Indeed, their supporters and members are young. But its party program is remarkably mature. It's 217-page political manifesto that I read entirely is so well conceived that it seems as if the party has been around for decades. And this was the article that almost made me faint. So I wanted to make sure that everybody here also hears these compliments, because especially from an outsider, that means a lot to me. He also poses some room for improvement. Here it goes. Of course, every party program has its faults, and Volt does too. Trying to be too fashionable with touches of Silicon Valley in some of the plans, or indulging in a good deal of techno-optimistic solutionism, talking in a TED Talk proof way without really making clear how these things will be paid for or how they will be achieved. And I think every Volter, every active Volter that has been working with our policies or has been working on our policies know that there's a core of truth in this. There's room for improvement. But these comments do not fundamentally alter the conclusion that Volt has an inspiringly ambitious, well-founded, and philosophical distinctive answers to the greatest challenges of our time. So there's room for improvement. How will we improve our policies even more? I think the only way to get there is by creating the right debating culture internally. That's why this is one of our strategic actions and why we've started with events to enhance our debating culture. A culture where we strive to truly listen, where we are open to change our mind. And that doesn't mean tiptoeing around controversial issues. It means laying out exactly how you differ with someone else and express your disagreement respectfully. No matter how high-minded your intentions, it can sometimes be tempting to turn a dialogue into a convincing game that puts every participant deeper into the trench of their own self-righteousness. It's a trap I sometimes fall into myself. Yet, asking questions and showing genuine curiosity for the answers sets an entirely different tone. One that increases the odds of a productive resolution, or at least a friendly stalemate that inspires future thought. The best debates are not the ones where you convince someone else, but the best debates are the ones where your own thinking evolves in a way you had not expected. And that is what I wish to happen for everybody here today. Have fun. And with that, I will give the floor to Valerie.
Thank you, Reinier, and for the reality check coming from outside and sharing your thoughts on where we stand. Good morning, everyone. Also from my side, it's a pleasure to imagine you all this morning behind your laptops on this beautiful Saturday to really improve and further our policies for one Europe that tackles its shared challenges together. Now, what we are doing today and what we have been doing ever since our founding, basically, is creating the space for a European public sphere, meaning that all of our members are provided with a platform to engage with one another, to listen to each other, and come to shared conclusions eventually. This, a European public sphere, is the very foundation of what we aim to create for all Europeans. The way we create and vote on our policies is unique and extraordinary. Every one of our members has the right to initiate and propose policies, which will later be voted by all of us. It's truly grassroots and truly European. With this right, there also comes a huge responsibility with it. With our process, we put the trust in each one of us to strive for the highest of our standards. Now, Reinier has already pointed it out. The way we debate and write policies will eventually determine how strong the outcome is. Because policy making is not just the policy in itself, it's the entire process of educating, of talking, of listening to one another, and seeing what is really the true core of it. So next to entering debates intentionally, we have the responsibility to ensure that the policies we create are in fact European and have been debated with as many Europeans from different regions as possible in Europe. This is not just the right thing to do, it's also the really smart thing to do, because we will reality check ourselves and we will be able to understand or listen to all these different opinions out there. Now, this will be a particularly big challenge now because we have grown so much over the past months and our member base currently is not particularly balanced. However, I have huge trust in us that we can master this challenge and go the extra mile, lead by example, and create policies that are truly European, evidence-based, and true to our values. In the midterm, I think we will have to review the way we do policymaking and together debate questions like, how do we ensure inclusivity as well as quality? How do we ensure strategic positioning in the European party landscape in a grassroots process? How do we ensure our policies are indeed all based on evidence? But for now, there are just a few quick fixes we can all execute on super easily. So we should all remember that the policy cycles are just the destination and not the start to policy making. So whenever you think there is the necessity or the opportunity to create new policy, go for it. Let's increase our policy collaboration and discourse between the national chapters. You can make the difference. Let's try to inspire policy drafting in each chapter and then translate our policies in each language so that really everyone can be involved, also the ones that do not speak English. Let's take our local policies to the European level and let's use inclusive language. Now, I'll rest that with you and with all of us. Before I say a few words about this last policy cycle, because in this last policy cycle, we had over 1,200 minutes of official policy debates. And on top of that, many more that were organized by the teams individually. That's a great success and a huge step towards a European public sphere. That this was made possible and that we are all here today is due to the work, as Annie also pointed out, of so many of you. But two people in particular, we have to thank too, because they are our guards of our policy process who ensured a fair and constructive debate setting and provided all of us with the logistics that made these debates actually possible. And these two people are policy leads Tor Laholm and Ines Consoni. Thank you so much from the entire movement for your tireless work of the past months. Now, without further ado, let's kickstart this European Day of Policymaking, and I will hand over the stage to Stefan de Jonge, who will guide us through the day as our chair. Thank you, Stefan, and everyone enjoy.
Thank you very much, Valerie and Reini, for your introduction. So good morning, everyone. It is a great pleasure and an honor for me to be able to share today's very first policy summit of Volt Europa. So let me just go through some of the technical details of this. You will all have received via email the link to the Tasker. In the Tasker, you can vote on all the policies. And as you can see also on the timing that is indicated, the vote is still open. So please make sure that you vote today during the day. Please make also sure that you speak to your colleagues within Volt, telling them about this very important initiative, about this very important moment, and also asking them to vote. As a matter of fact, the policies, in order to be accepted, need to be voted for by a certain amount of members of Volt. Therefore, it is important that we do have a good participation in this process. I'm also going to quickly walk you through the agenda also, although all of you, of course, have been receiving the agenda. Right now, right after I finish talking, we will actually have our member of the European Parliament, Damien Beuzelager, who will be joining us and who will be talking to us. Let's not forget that we are not only in the Dutch Parliament, and then of course very proud about this and very happy, but that of course the person and the fact that made us very happy and proud already 2 years ago was Damien's election to the European Parliament. So it's very good to hear also from Damien. Then our policy leads, Ines and Tor, will be walking us through the policy process, and then it gets more interactive. We will actually have 2 breakout sessions or 2 time frames of breakout sessions during the day where you can join various meetings, Google Meets, where the policies, the proposed policies, will be discussed more in depth. So there will be the first 2 sessions of breakout will be between 11 and 12 Central European time. So that is between 12 and 1 in Eastern European time, and that is between 10 and 11 in the Western European time. So you can choose which of the sessions you want to partake in. So you will be doing 2 sessions during that first hour. Then we go for lunch. We get an update indeed about the Dutch elections, and actually one of the members of the Dutch Parliament will be joining us. Then we get also an update about the UK, and then we have another 2 sessions of breakout. That is between 2 and 3 Eastern European time, between 1 and 2 Central European time, and between noon and 1 o'clock in Western European time. Then we get an update from our member of European Parliament's office about what the initiatives that are going on in the European Parliament. We will speak about the energy transition program, policies in smaller chapters, and also the PMP initiatives, which is the Policy Meets Politics initiatives. And then finally, our general secretaries will introduce us to what is going to happen tomorrow when we actually have our General Assembly, our formal General Assembly of Volt Europa. Before I actually we move on with the rest of the agenda, I quickly want to read a statement that was written by João Nóbrega, who is the chairperson of the Country Council. As you might have read on Workplace or might have heard otherwise, the Country Council this week has decided to issue a veto on 3 of the proposed policies. Now, this is it is foreseen in the policy process that the Country Council has this competence when 2/3 of its members veto a certain policy. So since João Nóbrega cannot join this morning, he has asked me to read the following statement. So I will now be reading Joe's statement. So last Thursday, the 22nd, the Country Council exercised its veto power for the first time, postponing the inclusion of 3 policy initiatives in the policy portfolio. Present in the new policy framework, the veto right was fundamental to legitimize such unprecedented decisions. With 2/3 of the members of the Country Council, the vetoes were ratified. Differently from the policy recommendations provided by the European Board, which the national chapters in the last Country Council call supported unanimously, the Country Council was called to act, to take decisions, and without hesitation safeguarded the movement from dissonant political commitments, vetoing them. Our values must be preserved, and our strategies enable national chapters to have a deeper look on how policy initiatives affect their context. The bottom-up approach is not a panacea in itself. It has to be combined with competence, diligence, and aptitude. The Country Council is one of the European houses in Volt Europa, composed of more than 15 national chapters that meet every 2 weeks to promote strategic alignment. The decision to vote digitally granted each national chapter the right to discuss with their own boards after the meeting, reinforcing the commitment of the Country Council with well-reasoned decisions. Each national chapter has its own motivation to object to a certain policy, and as the chair of the Country Council, I repeat, this is a note by João Nóbrega, I reiterated the invitation for each national chapter to forward its argumentation relative to their voting. In Volt Europa, we praise pluralism, diversity of opinions, and listening. Please, let's be consistent. Thank you. Signed, João Nóbrega, main chair of the Country Council. So with this note, Jean has explained the reasoning behind the veto on these 3 policies. So as a matter of fact, although the vote, technically speaking, on these policies is still open, the result of the vote will, of course, not be taken into consideration, will also not be rendered public. And contrary to what was initially foreseen, the debate, the breakout sessions on these 3 policies have also been withdrawn. So if there are any questions on this policy, you can of course always reach out on this note. You can of course always reach out to Jean Obriga for the Country Council, who will definitely be happy to provide you with additional information. Anyhow, as mentioned by Valerie in her introduction, and since in the afternoon we will also have our specific topic on the PMP initiative, so on the Policy Meets Politics initiative, we are in a certain sense already kicking this off right now by actually meeting our European politician, Damien Beuselager. So as always, it is with great pleasure that actually I am now having the honor to be able to hand over and to give the floor to our Member of European Parliament, Damien Beuselager.
Hi, Stefan. Thanks a lot for the introduction, and hi, everyone, on this beautiful Saturday morning. I hope you have a coffee in your hand while you're entering into the stage of international and, or at least European politics. So I wanted to first start by saying how amazing I find it that we have, high quality policies now up for vote, and that this makes me extremely happy because, I mean, I remember when we first thought about, how to set up Volt and what were the, guiding thoughts or ideas behind it for us. It was clear that it would always be centered around policies and real ideas to solve the issues at hand. Because, as you know, Volt was created also as a bit of a counter movement, a positive alternative to all these right-wing populist movements, which definitely didn't build on policies, but actually just built on fear and populism, basically. So without having ideas of how to solve things, just catering to the fears and issues of that people are having. And I do believe that it's really important to see the issues that people are having and to understand the fears, but then counter them with actual positive ideas, pragmatic ideas of how to tackle them. And so this makes me very happy. And from the beginning, it was clear that policy would be at the heart of Volt Europa. And if you think about it, I mean, for the first mapping of policies, I think it took us almost 2 years since the founding until we finally agreed on it in Paris in a great event that we had there. And it took us so many times, even though we tried earlier, because we really had a lot of need for discussion. So I think the main thing that we have to understand is that this moment of coming together is the core of Volt. Yeah? First of all, because we were always policy focused, but second of all, also because there are only a few elements which really bind us together. And that is obviously the name, that is the color, that's the branding, if you like, that's the even the digital platform, that is the exchanges we have across borders, it's the country council, that is the European board and the European teams. But really in its core, it's also, and first and foremost, I would say, our political and policy basis. It's basically what we stand upon ideologically, if you want, all across the continent. And that is also binding and, if you want, guiding for all of our chapters. So don't underestimate the importance of today and the importance of actually, working together on these policies, because they are our fundament. They are our political foundation, and every national chapter, and I've seen this, and every regional chapter and every local chapter will look at these policies when they design their ideas for the future. So it is really, if you want, our 10 commandments, our Bible, or whatever image you want to find, which is not religious, that gives us a bit the framework in which we are thinking. And so really this is today is one of the few moments when it's really about our political innovation, our European party. And sometimes I think we can forget the importance of this. And it's really, really cool that we have so many people now doing this in such a high qualitative way. So in the end, I think I can only wish us all the best for this day today. I really am very happy that so many of you are engaged and that so many of you are here this morning with your coffee, and from the whole team in the European Parliament, and you will learn a bit more about what we are currently doing. I wish you a successful and beautiful day in these discussions and exercise of our European political party. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Damien. Thank you very much also for making time for us and for your very motivating words. So the next item on our agenda is actually about giving the floor to the people who, as Valerie mentioned, really deserve a very big applause. So I'm not asking all of you to start applauding in your living rooms or in your kitchens or from wherever you might be watching us, but at least mentally, I can already hear the applause because they really deserve it. Ines Consonni and Thor Larholm, who are our policy leads, who really, with great diligence, with great professionalism, and with great motivation, really lead this extremely important process for us. Because let's not forget, Volt is a place where we do a lot of very exciting and interesting activities, where we meet many friends, but after all, we are a political party, and policies therefore are absolutely essential for us. So with this, Ines and Thor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Stefan, and also thank you for those very kind words. It will be difficult to live up to, but we'll do our best. So hi, I'm Thor Larholm. I'm a European policy lead together with Ines Consonni. And we'll be giving you a presentation today first to kickstart the policy summit on the policy process itself, with an overview of what's been happening, what we are going to do for the next cycles, the current policy proposals that you can vote on, and of course a little bit of an introduction to the team itself. We will do our best to leave the floor open for Q&As at the end of this presentation, which would be around 10:45, 10:50. So until then, you are still welcome to type in any questions you have in the comment form on your Tosca page. We will do our best to take questions in order, to take questions gender balanced, and to, of course, respond as quickly as possible. Ines, are you ready? Because then I will try to share our screen.
Yeah, I'm ready. We can go.
And let me just double check though here that we are actually sharing the screen. Yes. So welcome again to the Policy Summit. It's going to be an interesting day. I think we can jump right into it and move ahead by not focusing too much on all the text in presentations. So we wanted to give a bit of an overview of the policy process. Ines, I leave this first part to you.
Yes, thank you so much. So before we start and we talk about in specific about the policy cycle 2, we wanted to just give a very brief overview on how the policy process actually works throughout the year. So Thor, you can move to the next slide. So as you can see here, we have policy cycles happening throughout the entire year. However, it's really important that both members are aware that you are able to work on policies outside of these cycles. You can work on policies for as much time as you would like. The policy cycles and the policy process just allows for those policies to become public, to be voted on, and to reach this point, which is the day for the final vote. So as you can see, we are in policy cycle 2. We will have another policy cycle still this year, and this will continue for also 2022. So yeah, Thor, back to you. Thor, you are muted.
Oh, thank you. The most repeated words of all of 2020, and I guess 21 as well. So thank you, Ines. As you mentioned, it's important to notice that policy drafting should take place throughout the entire year. And then every once in a while, we get an interruption of 40 official days, about 80 unofficial total, where we try to take any policies that are ready and get them into our policy portfolio. Now, how do we do that? By looking at this very boring graphic that is though very well presented, and that is to look at the different phases we have in the process. Filing, submitting, amending, amendment votes, and a final vote. If you've been paying attention, that final vote is what's closing today. Today you still get to vote on these 20 policy proposals. At the end of the day, we will have preliminary results and be able to see what we have updated our policy portfolio with. The very first part of the process, though, is the unofficial part. That's filing. That is literally you letting us know that you're working on something. You don't need to even have content yet, because filing means that we will announce it to the rest of Volt. It means that we get to start inviting other Volt members from other chapters as well to participate in drafting this policy based perhaps on your idea. Some people who file are subject matter experts, others are simply very passionate about a specific topic, and that's why we need to file. That's why we need to start listing your initiative so that we can attract collaborators. Now, at some point though, we get into the official parts of the cycle, and that is submitting. And we have some criteria you need to fulfill in order to get your proposals accepted. Those are also listed in our criteria catalog. Submitting is when we start that cycle, that 40-day process officially. Filing is what needs to happen at least a month in advance. But you are very free to file initiatives today, even though the process, the official cycle parts, might only happen in 4 or 5 months. Once you've submitted, we of course check against the criteria catalog, and then we have a 21-day amendment period in order to say, hey, you submitted something that was final. Let's have a say from all of the other Volt members. They can now submit amendments, amendment suggestions, and since they are suggestions, you as policy proposal groups can accept those without a vote. You can also work together with the people who submitted an amendment in order to come up with a compromise, which you might not need if you completely agree with it, or you can choose to not accept that amendment to your proposal, in which case it will be put to a vote. We'll cover the amendments that we got in this cycle a bit later, but we did have votes, and at that point, after voting on amendments to the proposals, we have final and amended proposals. That's where we are today. We have a whole bunch of proposals that you get to vote on, and they are in their final stages. This might be a little bit different from what you're used to, and at some national levels where you debate during the GA day itself, and you might even change the text on the GA day itself. But we have had that currently 81-day cycle process, and we have had amendments for 21 days. So this is where the European process might differ. I think, though, that perhaps this was enough detail that might be very boring, but we will be having workshops as well to educate people on that process itself. What's still important to remember is that the process is one thing, policy is mostly about people and the people you get to work with. So let us know what you would like to work on. Let us know what you are working on so that others can help to make high quality policies together with you. I'll jump a little bit back to you, Ines, so that I can rest my voice.
Okay, all right. So what we'll talk about now is more in specific on how this current policy cycle, which concludes today, went, what were our improvements, lessons learned, what have we done, what there's still to do. So Thor, you can move to the next slide. So here is the policy cycle in numbers. So the filing deadline was February 4. The application deadline was March 6. The amendment deadline was March 29, and the voting deadline is April 24 today. So there's an absolute minimum of 81 days. We had 10 debates of more than 1,200 minutes. 57 initiatives were filed. We had 28 applications, 20 accepted proposals, and right now we have 70 policy proposals that are up for a vote. You can still vote on them. You receive the details to vote on your Volt email address. So this is policy cycle very roughly in numbers. And Thor, right back to you.
Thank you again, Ines. So one thing is what's been happening in cycle 2. Part of that is, of course, the kind of improvements that we added to help us all draft better policies. We've been focused very much on information sharing, keeping everybody up to date at every single phase. And that's included having several Google sites listing both the initiatives, their contact lists, their workplace groups, Google Drives, as well as having separate pages for the accepted proposals, having a page for the amendments that we receive, and also their status, of course. We've been focused very much on a support group so that all policy initiatives could ask process questions. They might be confusing, and sometimes you would much rather prefer to focus on the policy content rather than everything surrounding it. We've given a lot more debate opportunities. Ines mentioned some of that with a bit more than 1,200 minutes. We've had standardized filing of initiatives. We've had a great support to the policy initiatives from our interns. And we've also had a increased collaboration with our 5+1 challenge facilitators. Ines.
So for policy cycle 3, what will happen? So these are for now lessons learned and what we'll do for the next cycles. But I would like to mention, and we will get to that in the end of this presentation, that we welcome and we want your feedback. It is extremely important. We have a feedback form. You can send us an email, but we would really appreciate if you would do it via the form, just because it's easier to organize the information. So that said, what we will do for the next cycle is that we will improve the collaboration with national chapters to avoid double work, to keep working closely, to really, live up to the spirit of a pan-European movement. We are currently looking for a process lead and database lead, which we'll hope we'll have in place for policy cycle number 3. We will also be building an editorial review team. This is extremely important to review the policies and make sure they are complying with the criteria that Thor was mentioning before. We'll focus ever more on communication. We know this is something really important so that everyone is aware that there's a cycle going on and what is the criteria, what are the rules, what is the timeline. We will improve and update the policy process because, of course, as we go through the cycles, we see parts of the process that have to be improved, that have to be updated, and these hard changes will go for approval in the June GA. And as Thor again mentioned before, we'll have workshops and debates for all Volt members on policy making. So we are not going to tell you which policies you should be working on and putting forward, but we want to give you the tools and the knowledge on how to make policies and how to join each cycle and be as informed as possible. And to conclude the slides, cycle 2 review will be on May 2 and May 4. So thank you very much. Thor, back to you.
Thanks, Ines. So today, you might want to know a little bit more about the specific policy proposals that might become part of our policy portfolio. They are very diverse, and we will not go into extreme detail, but we do want to highlight the proposals themselves and the great work that their initiative leads have been putting in. We'll go through each of them very briefly on the title itself, the initiative lead, and we will then do them challenge by challenge. I believe the first set of proposals are in the EU reform chapter. And within EU reform, we have a new proposal on a space policy that's been led by Guillermo Galabruch, which encompasses how we should be dealing with space, both on competitiveness as well as legal legislative frameworks. We also have a proposal on a European defense force led by Rob van der Steur, who also has the next proposal, European deterrence. And again, those are open for a vote right now. I think we also mentioned that we will have debates later on that you can join. With that, I'll go to the second part of the EU reform proposals. That is, you can vote today on a proposal for a European Federal Republic. That's an initiative led by Udo Pape-Kampmeier and Louise Tronau. We also have a proposal for rule of law in the EU member states, led by Jonas Müller. And finally, for EU reform, there's a proposal for European sustainable policymaking, led by Tilman Seal. Ines, I believe you have the next couple of proposals.
Yes. So for Smart State, we also had, we have European Health Union led by Fabio, which is a very relevant proposal, taking into the context that we are currently going through with the pandemic and the reason why also this policy summit is online. The common European framework of reference for educational disciplines. The initiative leads were David and Patrick. Autonomous driving, the initiative lead was Yanis, and then we have drug supplied, which was vetoed by the country council, but nonetheless, initiative lead we wanted to share is Uwe. And also to mention, as Thor said, many of these policy proposals will have an opportunity today to debate and present. So you can ask if you're not sure if to cast your vote or not. You can still ask them questions, you can still share comments, and you can still hear what each proposal is about.
That leads us to the next couple of proposals in social equality, where we have a proposal on combating period poverty, led by Levke Fikas. We also have a proposal called Europe, a Safe Haven for Jews, led by Martin Fink and Connie Kabul. And we have a proposal on pregnancy and birth rights, led by Sandra Marquez.
As for global balance, we had these three initiatives: animal transportation, again led by Sandra Marques; animal welfare in bullfighting, again led by Sandra Marques; and negative emissions led by Niels Arne and David.
And moving on, economic renaissance, we have AI policy incubator by Eckhard Siegmann and Lucas Lanciotti. We also have a proposal called Rethink Wealth from Christian Penninger. And we have two proposals that were vetoed by the Country Council, one on financial markets by Tim Ickenroth, and the second on VAT reform by Paulo Alexander and Florian Müller. That leads us to our sixth challenge, citizen empowerment. And we had not a single initiative that was accepted as proposal in this cycle. So you will not be voting on any citizen empowerment proposals today, but perhaps we'll get some in the next cycle. Perhaps we might even get some from you. Ines.
So now we wanted to focus on the debates that have taken place during cycle 2, and that will still happen today. There are 2 assigned time slots just for debates, Q&A. Thor, I think you can move to the next slide. So until this point, we have 10 debates events all in all, 6 in February before the initiatives became proposals, 1 in March after the submission of these proposals, and 3 in April after the amendment phase, plus many from the proposal groups themselves. So when these groups start their initiatives and these teams start working together, many of them did once a week or bi-weekly calls just to talk about their policy initiative and keep the discussion. And they have opened those discussions outside of their teams and to all Volt members. So congratulations on that work, because it's really transparent. It's really good that this is happening. And so also regarding to this debate, we incorporated the feedback from the last cycle. So all initiatives had to attend at least one debate, because these debates are public, and it is important that they address Volt members that were not involved in this work to talk about what did they do, why did they do it, what is the issue at hand. So in this way, each initiative was given presentation and debate opportunities at the events, and we hope to keep this up for the next cycle.
And part of the current cycle was also amendments. I will do my best to speed up so that we have some time for Q&As. And the amendments we received in this cycle, the 21-day amendment period, were quite varied. Most of them were accepted by the proposal group, which means that they were immediately incorporated. A few were put to a vote, and 2 were also withdrawn, both simply for collaborative sake, and also since one of the proposals was withdrawn as well. In all cases, none of the amendments were rejected. Every single amendment got incorporated into the proposals, aside from the ones that were withdrawn, of course. Moving on to you, Ines.
So now we wanted to talk about the members of the policy team and the current vacancies that we have. It is really important to mention that besides me and Thor, every single team member that you will see here were crucial for us to get here, were crucial for the well-functioning of the policy cycle. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank them all. They are very hardworking people. They are volunteers, and they work very hard on these policies, very hard on this cycle. And me and Thor are very happy to have them as a team. So me and Thor, as said, we are European policy leads. And the people that now Thor will talk about have been essential for us. We are very grateful to have them in our team. And yes, Thor, back to you.
Thanks. I'll jump right into it. So 2 of our first challenges are EU reform with Horst Boljan and Lily Friedrich. Smart State, you have Connie Cavell and Arno Vask. And I'm sure you've also seen that all of our challenge facilitators have been very active in trying to assist you both on the content side and the process side. We also have our facilitators in social equality, that is Julia Böhme and Juliette Limousine-Collot. On economic renaissance, we have Zenit Schutte and Joao Nobrega. Back to you, Ines.
So for citizens empowerment, we have Alberto and Wouter, and in global balance, we have Rob and Mo. And for our interns, we have Claudio, Pique, and Philip. As mentioned before, it's the first time that the policy team has interns, and as for the rest of the team, they have been crucial for us getting here. So we are very grateful for our interns.
Very grateful indeed. Sorry about that cough. So we also have some more work coming up from the policy team. We would like to start some initiatives in the next few rounds. None of those are set in stone yet, but we do draw inspiration and guidance from many different places in the world. The European Board will start a set of policy programs going forward. You'll hear about one of these later today, the Energy Transition Program. The Conference on the Future of Europe will also give us opportunities to develop new initiatives. Same thing with the policy debates that will happen. And of course, we very much want to emphasize the collaboration with the national policy teams and our new parliament members. So you can also find inspiration for policies in your daily life that doesn't have to be that serious. As an example, we've spent some time watching the John Oliver Last Week Tonight show, because we see a lot of important societal issues being brought up there. Based on that, we will also attempt to create new initiatives on coal, plastics, facial recognition, the next pandemic, net neutrality, and unemployment, and more. And for all of this work and more, we of course need you. We've got vacancies. We've got vacancies for policy process lead, policy events leads, a database lead. We need a new social equality facilitator. We need topical policy experts. And as mentioned earlier, we want to set up an editorial review team to assist both before and after the application deadlines. That goes for English language conformity, MOP coherence, and inclusive language. So send your CV and motivational statements to Ines and myself.
So now I just want to tell you all to vote. The voting links have been sent to your vote email, and the voting will close at 3 p.m. today. So again, if you're not sure about how to vote in a certain policy, be aware that there will be still 2 time slots dedicated to debates. You can ask last questions, comments, and then cast your vote. This is really important because you as a voter are determining the future of Volt Europa in terms of their policies, and policies are the core of a movement. Besides, of course, as Thor said, it's people. As said, we need your feedback to improve the process. You have here a QR code and also the link. Please don't be afraid to send your feedback. We truly appreciate it, because the only way we have improved the policy cycle too, and we will improve the next policy cycles, is if we have your feedback and your perspective on how the policy cycle went for you. This is for the policy team, this is for the board, this is for every single Volt member. So thank you in advance for sending us your feedback. And yeah, thank you so much. Thor, back to you.
Thanks. Very last slide. Thank you for listening to us and looking at our presentation. We hope you enjoyed the Policy Summit, where in about 7 minutes, we will start the first policy debates. Until then, do we have any questions? Do we have any questions that we might answer? And here I am also looking at our co-hosts, at our moderators, to see if any of them might bring up a question here on stage.
As a matter of fact, Thor, there are 2 questions. No, there are actually more questions coming in right now. So actually, when I was speaking in the introduction, there was a question asking, is there a flow chart how policy decision taking works? Now, I suppose that in the meanwhile, your presentation has covered this in large. So that is a question I think we can consider to have been answered. Another question, would it be possible in the future to check all already submitted initiatives against criteria and content before the submission deadline? That way the submitting team will still have the chance to, and now unfortunately Google isn't helping me in reading this. Wait a second, please, because this is no, I can't.
I believe I can see the question here.
The investment initiative doesn't have to wait until the following cycle just due to formal reasons. So that is the question.
Yes, so can we review criteria before the submission deadline so that they don't have to be postponed simply due to technical reasons? Yes, we can. We want to improve this and systemize this for the next cycle. And also just a brief highlight to say that we have attempted to do criteria review in this cycle as well, but it was not as organized as we would want it to be.
There is also a more, yes, there is a detailed question about the European defense policy. Now, I would actually suggest to this person who asked this question, somebody from the Netherlands, to actually participate in the specific breakout session on this topic, so you can discuss it there. And then there is a more practical question. Do I understand correctly that you are looking for a policy database facilitator and therefore plan to create a policy database that will help us keep an overview on all the policies in the EU? And it's clear from the tone this question is asked that here people have great expectations.
Well, thank you. We have great expectations as well. A policy database is something that has been requested from many different parties and many different sides. It's also something that could be either very practical and small or take a lot of time to develop and implement. So that is also why we're looking for a policy database lead to take charge on that, get a team set up and look at both the needs and tools.
Okay, thank you. And those are all the questions submitted until now. So thank you very much, Thor and Ines, for your great presentation. It's really impressive to see how much work goes into the policy process. It's also very impressive to see how well the process is already structured. One of the things that will be discussed tomorrow at the GA in one of the breakout groups is actually the professionalization of Volt. And that is a topic we have been talking about at many different levels, national level, European level, local level. And my personal feeling is that it is actually very comforting to see how this professionalization is already in a very, very advanced stage within the policy team. So congratulations to that, excellent work, and thank you for this. So we are now stopping actually just the presentation where the participants in this summit are just looking and listening to what is being told and what is being presented, and we are now getting into the first of the breakout sessions. So as mentioned in the introduction, there will be four breakout sessions, but 2 blocks of 2, and the first block of 2 breakout sessions is starting now. So in the invitation you have received, the file called Policy Summit Agenda April 24, 2021, the second page foresees the various breakout groups. So right now at 11 o'clock, there will be 3 breakout groups in Google Meet rooms on the following topics: combating period poverty, which will be presented by Lefke Fikas and Paula Mühl, negative emissions, presented by Niels Arne Munch, and the European Defence Force, EDF, presented by Rob van der Steur. So choose one of these 3 and then join them, and then in half an hour from now, I'm not mentioning the time, not to have to mention it for the 3 time zones, but in half an hour from now, there will be 3 more. One on the EU space policy, presented by Guillermo Calabuig, one on European deterrence, again presented by Rob van der Steur, and the Common European Framework for Skills and Degrees, which will be presented by David Hoven and Patrick Fischer. Join the breakout rooms, and then in half an hour just join to the next one you want to participate in. We won't be broadcasting anything specific here on Tusker until after the lunch break. So we now have these 2 blocks of both half an hour, so for a total of 1 hour, which brings us to 1 o'clock in Eastern Europe, noon in Central Europe, and 11 o'clock in Western Europe, and then we go for lunch. So the Portuguese and the English and the Irish will have to eat an early lunch today. And we are back at the Tusker with the main program, so on this link, at 12:25 Central European time, so 1:25 Eastern European time, 11:25 Western European time. And we will be back with this very exciting topic with an update on the Dutch elections. And we will also, and this is really with an enormous pride, I am saying this with actually a mixture of pride and happiness, we will also have some of our own members of the Dutch Parliament with us. So that is really something. I think it is the very first time we have members of the Dutch Parliament speaking to a Volt event. So please make sure you don't miss out. So that is actually in 1 hour and 25 minutes from now. But before that, for the next hour, please participate actively and enjoy your participation in the breakout session on the various topics that will be discussed. See you in 1 hour and 24 minutes from now.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're still having a great Saturday, and I hope you enjoyed the policy debates. We are closing the rooms for this first policy proposal session, and we will now be having a lunch break until 12:25 when the Dutch team will be on. We will be joined by Nilofer, our newly elected National Parliament member, as well as Geert Koeps, who will be presenting on the Dutch policy and election programs that got her into Parliament. Please remember to vote. The vote closes at 1500 CEST, 3 o'clock this afternoon, Central European Summertime. And please have an awesome lunch break. See you all soon again.
Dear Volt Europa, my name is Paula and I'm the co-lead of the European Report, an initiative who was founded by Karam and Michael in 2019. And since this winter, Daniel and I took over this project. And today I'm happy to tell you what the project is, what are we doing, and what is the goal here, and how can you help. So I'm happy to spend the next 5 minutes with you. So first of all, why do we have the European Report and why do we need it? Volt Europa is growing every day, and that is not in a slow way, but in a very fast way. The elections in the Netherlands showed how fast and how many people can come to vote. And there it is important that we have a way to connect these people and that all of these people have a way to find out what is going on the European level and on the European chapters. And this is what the European Report does. Once a month, we update you all with news from the local chapters, with news from the national chapters, with the news from the European level, from the board, and from our movements as well. Second, why is it so important? I guess we all know that connection is lacking sometimes and that it is almost impossible to keep up with all this speed and all these news all around Europe. So the European report really is a place where we have only the most important things. So last of all, how can you participate? First of all, you should check in with your board if you have a European reporter in your country, because if not, you should definitely talk to us or to me or Daniel and give us a European reporter, because it is really sad and we hope that we will be able to have every country represented in our European report this year. Second of all, listen to it. You don't even have to read it anymore. You can if you want, but since a few months we are recording the European report as a video, you can just watch it on YouTube. You can see normally me and Daniel right next to me talking about all what's happening in all over Europe. You can you can listen to us talking what the board did, what Damian in the European Parliament did, and what the functional teams on the European level did. It is really, really cool, and I guess you should take your time. We're never crossing the 30 minutes, and it is a huge thing. The last thing I want to do is to show you how you can find the European report, and for that I will just show you how Workplace looks and where you can find it. So if you're on Workplace, there are two things you can do. First of all, you can search for our Volt Europa news group, which would be this one, and you can follow it, and then you will get always the last informations. Right here you can see the report from February. And if you don't want to have another group, then you can also just go on my profile and follow me, because I am the person who always publishes the reports. And yeah, hopefully we are just working on a European intranet, and it is not ready yet, not at all, but it hopefully will be in the next month, and then you can also find it there. So thank you for listening to me today, and I hope you have a good GA, and I hope that we will have fun, even if it's only digital this time again. And also a huge thank you to my team who is doing the European report with me. Thank you to Christopher, thank you to Daniel, my co-lead, and also thank you to Michael and Ann-Kathrin who are working with us on internal communication and the intranet in general. And yeah, I hope you have a great day and have fun. Bye! Volt Europa. My name is Paula and I'm the co-lead of the European Report, an initiative who was founded by Karam and Michael in 2019. And since this winter, Daniel and I took over this project. And today I'm happy to tell you what the project is, what are we doing, and what is the goal here, and how can you help. So I'm happy to spend the next 5 minutes with you. So first of all, why do we have the European Report and why do we need it? Volt Europa is growing every day, and that is not in a slow way, but in a very fast way. The elections in the Netherlands showed how fast and how many people can come to Volt. And there it is important that we have a way to connect these people and that all of these people have a way to find out what is going on the European level and on the European chapters. And this is what the European Report does. Once a month, we update you all with news from the local chapters, with news from the national chapters, with the news from the European level, from the board, and from our movements as well. Second, why is it so important? I guess we all know that connection is lacking sometimes and that it is almost impossible to keep up with all this speed and all these news all around Europe. So the European Report really is a place where we have only the most important things. So last of all, how can you participate? First of all, you should check in with your board if you have a European reporter in your country, because if not, you should definitely talk to us or to me or Daniel and give us a European reporter, because it is really sad and we hope that we will be able to have every country represented in our European report this year. Second of all, listen to it. You don't even have to read it anymore. You can if you want, but since a few months we are recording the European report as a video, you can just watch it on YouTube. You can see normally me and Daniel right next to me talking about all what's happening in all over Europe. You can you can listen to us talking what the board did, what Damian in the European Parliament did, and what the functional teams on the European level did. It is really, really cool, and I guess you should take your time. We're never crossing the 30 minutes, and it is a huge thing. The last thing I want to do is to show you how you can find the European report, and for that I will just show you how Workplace looks and where you can find it. So if you're on Workplace, there are two things you can do. First of all, you can search for our Volt Europa news group, which would be this one, and you can follow it, and then you will get always the last informations. Right here you can see the report from February. And if you don't want to have another group, then you can also just go on my profile and follow me, because I am the person who always publishes the reports. And yeah, hopefully we are just working on a European intranet, and it is not ready yet, not at all, but it hopefully will be in the next month, and then you can also find it there. So thank you for listening to me today, and I hope you have a good GA, and I hope that we will have fun, even if it's only digital this time again. And also a huge thank you to my team who is doing the European report with me. Thank you to Christopher, thank you to Daniel, my co-lead, and also thank you to Michael and Ann-Kathrin who are working with us on internal communication and the intranet in general. And yeah, I hope you have a great day and have fun. Bye!
Welcome back, everyone. I heard that there were a lot of very good discussions going on in the breakout sessions, so I'm very happy about this, and I'm convinced that there will be other very interesting discussions also in the breakout sessions later this afternoon. Please do remember that the votes are still open for another 2.5 hours. 2 hours and 34 minutes to be precise. So please do not forget to vote. Do not forget to tell your Volt colleagues to also cast their votes, because participation of voters is of course extremely important. I am taking one of the questions that came in through the Tusker. Somebody asked if the questions could also be translated in local languages, just to make the whole process more inclusive. Unfortunately, during the live session here, that won't be possible, but we definitely will make sure that we will be working together also with the national teams to make sure that they can take care of also translating questions going forward, so that the process will definitely become more inclusive and therefore also more democratic. And speaking about democracy, our next topic is really dedicated to yet another triumph of democracy in Volt. I live in Italy, where 17 is an unlucky number, but for Volt Netherlands, 17 turned out to be an extremely lucky number, because on March 17th, list number 17 of Volt obtained, as of course we all know, 3 members of parliament, which is of course a source of great joy and pride for all our voters, and with even more joy and Gundogan, who, by the way, just the other day made her maiden speech in the Dutch Parliament, and you can find it also with translation or with subtitles on Workplace, and please look at it, because it was an extremely beautiful and inspiring speech. So take a look at this. So Nilufer will be sharing her first thoughts and impressions about being a member of parliament and about the campaign with us, but we also have 2 other members of the Dutch team with us. We have Anna Strolenberg, who is the Dutch comms lead, and we have Geert Koops, who is the Dutch policy lead. And I think it is very nice to have also comms and policy together, because policies are very important, but the most important thing about a political party is of course also to communicate our policies, because apparently if we have good policies and we communicate well, we also get great results. And so with this, I am very, very happy to turn it over to one of our great results, Nilufer.
Thank you very much, Stefan. So I think the success we achieved, it definitely started way before the election. It started with organizing ourselves very well, because there are, like, I think a lot of countries, you have to pass a lot of hoops before you can even participate in the election. And for me personally, what I invested heavily in was getting and maintaining good relationships with journalists. And I think that was very important for us to get media attention. And I can definitely recommend everyone who wants to run for politics and who doesn't want that, if you're a member of Volt, to make sure that you get in touch with journalists who are willing to write something nice, to give you a moment of time, so you can communicate to people. And the other important thing is, so the classical media is very important, and also the social media is very important. And I think what we also did very well is the social media part. So there was humor in it, there was witty stuff in it, and there was also definitely heartbreaking stuff. We absolutely, I think, made a good campaign also about Moria, because that is something that Dutch Parliament has been neglecting way too much. And also, I think what we really did well is that we made Europe sound logical during a national election, because a lot of people think that a national election should only be about national themes, but national parliaments definitely have an influence on how the national government acts on a European level. And I think that what was also something that we were really well at showing people. So it made sense to them. And I think at least that is what I tried to analyze in how to, what made us successful. And I think getting in with 3, that is definitely the first step in becoming bigger in Dutch Parliament and having more influence in Dutch Parliament. So this is a very good step forwards. And I hope that all other chapters in Volt will be able to follow. And so we can really shape and reshape Europe in a progressive and democratic way. That's for now, I would like to say.
Thank you, Nilufer. Shall I take over then?
Yes, please.
All right, Gert, could you maybe start the presentation? Thank you. I will be telling you something about the overall strategy we maintained during the campaign, because as the comms lead, I was working on our communication strategy, but as I work full-time for Volt, I was also involved with the campaign in a broader sense. So I would like to tell you something about starting a campaign as a new party, and secondly, about how to run your campaign during COVID times. So one of the first challenges we had was the campaign strategy. What is going to be your main message? As Nilufer said, maybe a lot of people think that talking about Europe in a national election is strange. But in the end, it wasn't. It definitely wasn't, because you can achieve a lot on the national level to change in Europe. So our core message was build on the 3 main messages that were European, that were innovative, and that were sustainable. And we found out that the European story really made us unique. So a lot of people classified us as a European party. So it was a big pro. But the other thing that really strengthened our message was that we're very young, optimistic, energetic. So that's really what is in our DNA. And looking at the Dutch landscape within currently, you see that there's a lot of negative campaigning, and people found it refreshing that we were both European, as young and energetic. And in the beginning, a lot of people told us not to go and campaign with Europe as our main topic, but we still did. And we didn't do negative campaigning, just positive campaigning. And we found out that really sticking to our own story was what made us unique and what attracted a lot of people to Volt. And at the end, Europe, how Europe is organized, became a big topic within the campaign, because Laurens was able to join different TV shows, debates, and he was able to express his concerns about Europe. Other people, parties started to talk about it, and that was amazing. And especially, as Nilufer said, it was also due to the great media relations we had, that they thought of us, they thought of inviting us to TV shows. All right, so another really core strength of our campaign was the use of social media. So we invested a lot of time in creating an extremely good social media team. And in the team, we had a lot of proactive, motivated people. That what we did was that once we were mentioned in traditional media, as you can see here, for example, on the left, you can see a very popular TV show. We were mentioned, and 5 minutes later, we had a short version of that video on our social media accounts. So everything we posted had a lot of high quality, and people loved it. So they were responding to it. Here you can see Laurens as well. Same goes to all the other people who were not in the social media team, but volunteers. You can see the fairies here. What people did was a lot of negative campaigning, but we always responded in a friendly way. So if people were negative about us, we responded in a positive way. All the questions that were asked, we tried to answer them. So there were, I think, at the end, 20 people all the time answering people. And they found that also, cool that people got their answers to their questions and knew. So I think that was a big strength of our campaign. And lastly, it was also the design, because our design is very atypical, not political, which is new. And it also shows that you are new, innovative, and that you want to do politics in a different way. So only our brand, which we share everywhere in Europe is already very cool and new. Lastly, so this all relates to how to do a campaign during COVID times, a lot of social media, but also, this is the last thing I will talk about, one of the big successes of our campaign is that we are a grassroots movement and that people, we have so many volunteers who are motivated to campaign. And they don't just want to hand out a flyer, they handed out 10 or hundreds of flyers, everyone did. And we weren't able to go on the streets and hand out flyers, but what people did is that they put flyers through mailboxes. We worked a lot with posters. So we had, here you can see Laurens and Nielifer, we had 5 different posters, which we hang through all the cities in the Netherlands. And we had these chalk things that you could put on the street. So that during the last weeks of the campaign, everyone was telling us, Volt is everywhere, literally everywhere. So people couldn't go around us anymore. And people had a lot of, they talked about Volt. So I think besides social media and being out there on the streets, we had this ambassadors campaign that people convinced their friends who convinced their friends to vote on Volt. And for that, in order to do so, we created a WhatsApp campaign, we created newsletters, we gave people templates how to do this. So I think thanks to all the volunteers, our campaign became a big success. And that's it for my part. Over to Geert.
Yeah, thank you, Nielifer and Anna, just to mention the campaign and to explain a little bit of our success in March. But now it's time for me to make the connection between what Nielifer and Anna said and what we are doing now today, because I will tell you about the relation of the policy and the campaign as what we did as a policy team in the Netherlands during the campaign. Our actually contribution to the campaign did not start just a couple of months before. Actually, it all started with the MOP and the Amsterdam Declaration. And it's also one of the key aspects of why we're here today, because we all together make good policies. Here in the Netherlands, we started this with making, I think already almost 2 years ago, having a start on our Dutch policy program that was finalized in June last year, and the one you see on the left. And it's all kind of assembled all our ideas and our vision on the Netherlands, what we wanted to achieve. And this was a couple of months before the elections, in October, November last year, translated into our electoral program. Well, I think also we can say humbly as a policy team that this election program was also one of the successes of the campaign. A lot of my friends mentioned, oh, I really voted for Volt. And I asked them, okay, but why did you vote for Volt? They said, oh, you had such a good idea about the Ministry of Digital Affairs. Or I really like this way you're addressing climate change, migration on a European level. And all those ideas that really appeal to people, they can be traced back into our election program. That was not super thick as all the other political parties have their election program, but it was easily readable, about 30 pages, and this really appealed to a lot of people. So this was our core contribution, of course, to the campaign, but also during the campaign, the policy team had a very big role in supporting, for example, the candidates, because we have some role as a policy team to explain our policies to the people that bring them forward in media and in debates. So what we did, we made some fact sheet as a policy team about the main topics of the election, so that candidates could easily, quickly look into a certain topic, knew what this topic was about, what our standing points were therein, and also what kind of policies Volt Netherlands is proposing on this topic. And also because things change fast in this world. Think about COVID-19 that came up. We also, as a policy team, need to do something that our candidates were able to say and to share some Volt opinions in media. So one of the things we also did was making a Corona statement, and we showed thereby as a policy team how agile we could be, and also provide, again, like really fact-based evidence towards our campaign and why we want to do things in a certain way. So that was actually, in short, our role of the policy team. And I really hope that today again can even strengthen our foundation again for another good elections wherever in Europe by improving our mapping of policies, because I can tell you from my experience, this is one of the shoulders we as Volt Europe can stand on, because good ideas, good policies appeal to people. And if we bring them to the public in a good way, what we try to do here in the Netherlands, I think we can even find much more people willing to vote for Volt, and together make Volt Europe a huge success. And with these words, I would like to finish this presentation and give it back to Stefan.
Thank you very much, Nilufer, Anna, and Geert. This was very inspiring, and also thank you very much for sharing the best practices. There are a lot of elections coming up this year, so what Nilufer said about reaching out to the press, I think, is extremely important to make sure that we follow what is going on in the world, and that we can also make sure that our policies are flexible enough to accommodate this and to take care and to cover also new things like, unfortunately, the COVID-19 crisis and so on. I think these are very important points to definitely keep in mind. Thank you very much also to perfectly stick on the timing, which is also greatly appreciated, and which actually allows me to make another additional announcement, apart from asking all of you to vote for the policies. Of course, asking all of you to submit questions you might have so that we can cover them. I would also want to ask everyone to take a look at the link below the one where you can, on Tasker, where you can submit your questions, which is a link to our fundraiser. So please make sure that you click on that link as well. Make sure that you take a look, and definitely make sure that you have your credit card or your PayPal account at hand when you go and browse on that part of the website. As you can see, we have a fundraiser with a very ambitious goal, but we have also a fundraiser with a very generous donor. So all donations that are made up to the first 50,000 euro will be matched. So we are currently already over 20,000 euro, and the fundraiser was launched just a couple of days ago. So in reality, that means that we already have more than 40,000. But of course, it would be wonderful to also take the opportunity of today's policy summit and of tomorrow's General Assembly to increase those amounts. To the next topic, which is a topic the European Union that will soon be back. So we are getting an update about the UK, about policy in the UK, but also about the very interesting Rejoin EU campaign. And for that, we have two of our UK colleagues. We have Alex Gunter and Alex Haida. So I don't know which of you will start first, but the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Thank you, Stefan, and hello everybody else. Guys, I hope you had a very good day. I think you are sitting here already for a couple of hours. Do I see that right? And debating all the policies. And yeah, I would like to kind of take you to a country that is still dreaming of really kind of being part of all of this. And actually, this is where I would like to sort of introduce you to Alex here, my dear friend and colleague from Volt UK. So we actually tried to bring you back into a pub called the Shakespeare. It's like, this is, I don't remember, Alex, like this was October 2019 or something. I think like we spent some time, and like,
yeah,
as we so often do.
It was a very cold day.
Yeah, and we just looked up for this just a warm place, and yeah, every pub, I guess, is warming the hearts and the souls of the British people. And like there was a moment when it's like you and I sat together and probably had like a second pint already, and started thinking like, hey, you know, like Volt UK is like, what is this all about actually? Like, we cannot really speak the same language as Volt Europa. We would love to be part of that. And yeah, how can we still kind of tell the same story. Like we need to have a story. Like Volt is always, or was always, very strong with its narrative, right? Like if you guys are community builders yourself, I guess you hear a lot about these like 3 columns and all these things. A strong why, the heart it has to be really like it has to be the center, the beginning of everything. And this is what what I would like to kind of present you now. It starts with a little story. Actually, I think Alex is like a very good representative of a bigger story. So yeah, Alex, I think honestly and this is what I probably figured out the first time in this pub, is that you are one of the biggest inspirations for myself to, like, as a foreigner. Like I'm German, like I'm not even British, really doing our best to rejoin somehow. And like, how can we do that? So Alex, I think you are from this Erasmus generation, right? Like you are like this part of generation that had the experience of free movement. I can study everywhere, work everywhere in Europe, and then this was taken away from us. So Alex, like how do you feel about this? Like what do you experience, and what sort of feeling is it that you would like to kind of regain for the British people?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I think you've got to take it back to what inspired all of us to stop Brexit, or try to. We failed, but hey ho, right? And a lot of it's about what it's a very personal thing. It's very much you're having very, very personal things being stripped away from you. It really does feel like someone's just mugging you in the street, right? And that's kind of the idea behind a lot of this. I was very lucky to go on Erasmus. I went to Poland, had my Erasmus there, and I had a lot of fun, had a lot of beer, a lot of fun, a lot of vodka, and a lot of fun. Yeah, it probably was a trend there. It was Erasmus, but that's the point. But I can never do that again, and nobody else can ever do that again. And that's where it hits hard, right? Nobody else can do that again. And
yeah.
To be honest with you, Alex, you came over into the UK. In the future, you can't just come over to the UK. You'd have to apply for a working visa. You're going to have, if anyone wants to come over now, you have to apply for, we'll have a point system on immigration, and all sorts of strange things will happen. So it just breaks the flow of life, really. And even more simple terms, right? I can't go and work in Austria for a week now. I can't go and take it's almost complicated now for me to go to conferences in some countries. How strange is that, right? And it's the weird flows of life that get broken. Okay, yeah, I come from a very Erasmus-y, like, political world. Nobody goes to Europe to go to conferences, right? I mean, that's a niche thing. But a lot of people from the UK retired to Spain. And the last couple of weeks ago, that 90-day limit hit, and now they're being forced and deported. British people who've lived in Spain for years are being deported because they didn't fulfill the income requirements, which are twice as high as the British pension. So it's crazy. And I think that's what we've got to drill down to. Yes, because we can talk about how we want to discuss many aspects about how we want to make Europe nicer, and we can, all these policies that come out from Volt Europa, but they don't really apply to the UK, because the UK is just such a crazy different situation where we have Brexit. I mean, that was like the big thing that really inspired us, I think, in that conversation, is about realizing where Britain was, what was happening to Britain compared to what was happening to Germany, to France.
At the same time, like I think like also like a biggest challenge we have, like at one time, like you have like the young people who probably are all pro-European, would love to rejoin, and on the other hand, it's like almost like the political opponent is the older generations in a sense, like that, especially also like there's a certain, let's say, it is very, very deep within the DNA of like British politics, maybe even society, like this British exceptionalism, right? It's like Britain by history was always like, this is like hard to explain and in a really proper way and quickly, but like was always thinking big, always global, like this global Britain thinking, like it's still there, like it's even a language, right? So this is something very deep within the culture almost, and I think also politically. And I think also something that happened during 19, and this was around the same time when we had this discussion in that pub where we started drawing this map for Rejoin, that we also like, how can we still address this, this global Britain thinking? Like, this is something, like, how do you see this? Like, do you think like Britain can really kind of go back and kind of become a leader, but like a global leader, but like use Europe as a platform, if you know what I mean?
I mean, Alex, this comes down to something that I know a lot of people in Volt might find controversial, but I've always described myself as a nationalist, right? And you know I have, and I've always been very much pro-Britain in a lot of my thinking, right?
I think
that might sit uncomfortably for a lot of people, right? But don't worry, I'm not about to start jumping up and down and waving a flag, although I could just reach. I'm joking. So, you know, it's a matter of self-belief, right? If you believe you can do something and work hard at it, it's possible. And I think Britain has a lot of wonderful people, wonderful culture, a lot of assets that we can use, and we can be brilliant. But you can't do that alone, you know. The age where Britain can do anything alone is rubbish. It's just like us as a political party here in the UK. Volt can't do anything alone. This is why we team up with other people. And that's, again, part of our DNA really as a party, and policy is about our collaborative approach. For those who don't know, we're collaborating with 2 separate political parties at the moment. And throughout our lifetime, we've collaborated with about 7 or 8, something ridiculous like that. And so, yeah, so Britain's got, if Britain wants to be, you know, putting itself across the world, you know, and I believe it can and should do, because it's a great place, right? And we've got the best beer in the world, so. We need to collaborate with others, though. We have to collaborate. Like, we have to collaborate, we have to work together. And that's why Europe makes so much sense for us. And that's why it's so important that we do that.
Yeah, this is something I personally also hope that that we come across here in Britain as like the pan-European party. I mean, this is what we already seen. Like, we are not only a Rejoin party, but we are a pan-European party, which is nice. And I think, given like this, like really tribalism here in this country, like we need to, like, Volt is always like saying that like we need to change how politics is done. I personally like to say Volt UK needs to change how party politics is done here. So there's a lot of like thinking of like my way is the only way, like this kind of like very like bold, almost like it's like if you think of Thatcher, like she did it this way and this was the right way. Like, this is hard to question her, and this is something that that is like still there, like where the Labour Party, the biggest opposition party, is not really interested in European topic now. So it somehow ended up on us, which is great. But in the end, I think, given that we have these global challenges, we need to team up, and this is what I think like Volt can do with its European profile. Like, if Volt has something, then we can, in the best European manner, kind of tell the story of like, yeah, if we compromise, if we find a consensus, be pragmatic, maybe take a step back so someone else can take a step towards us, then we can build this progressive pro-European alliance. Obviously, we start doing that in London, right? And also in Scotland. So what's happening with the election campaigns in London? I think is a great example. So
yeah, I mean, this is what we've done. We've taken that concept of collaboration and the idea that we have to collaborate not only with other parties but with Europe, i.e. the Rejoin EU campaign. We also, just to clarify, we got a lot of traction over Christmas and for our Rejoin EU campaign. Volt was the first party to come out for Rejoin, even though there was actually a party called the Rejoin EU Party, who we decided to then collaborate with in London. And the idea in London is really just to sort of put a flagpole in the ground and to tell people that actually the issues of yesterday are still the issues of today. There's a lot of people who want to wash away the past. They want to forget about 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, right? They want to forget about all that. And we can't do that. We have to remember that those issues are still there, and Brexit's actually causing a lot of issues. So we need to raise the awareness, but it's also about raising awareness that the other main parties aren't working, right? We don't expect to win anything. Maybe we might win an assembly seat on the proportional top-up list, but unlikely. But it's about making a stand and to remind people that the mainstream parties are broken, as Alex has said. Party politics in the UK is completely shattered. The Conservatives have been taken over by a far-right cabal. Labour was formerly taken over by a far-left cabal and now has been recentered on Starmer, who doesn't seem to be standing up for anyone. The Lib Dems have faded into obscurity. And so the old system of the UK just doesn't work. So it's about sort of putting our flag on the ground to give people who are disenfranchised with all those parties a place to go. And it's very similar to what we're doing in Scotland, though. In Scotland, we're working with Renew, and Renew is actually all about reforming the political system. You know, it was like a easy hand-in-hand friendship there. And in Scotland, the politics are also just as badly damaged. There's a lot of toxicity over the independence debate. It's also almost become a one-party state up in Scotland with the domination of the SNP, right? So it's about breaking that and giving people who are disenfranchised with the mess of current politics somewhere new to go. And that's really where we came up with that rejoin strategy and that collaboration strategy, the two sort of main pinnacles of Volt's policy platform, really.
Yeah. And we're coming also here to the end of this presentation, so we would love to kind of have more time here. So of course, we let you all kind of be part of this campaign. We will always shout out to you guys for some European projects. There's one big announcement. I mean, this is still a policy summit conference here. So yes, we have our rejoin policy oven ready, if you can say that. I think it's more than oven ready, but probably is ready to serve to the British people. So yes, we want to rejoin the European Union. In the meantime, of course, it comes in steps. This will not happen immediately tomorrow, but we have things in mind that we should have a shared foreign security policy, that we should be part of this Erasmus Plus scheme program again, and also that we, of course, re-enter the customs union. And I think if we keep on banging this European drum and are the loudest European voice in Britain, I hope we can lead this country back to European Union and just be part of this great change that Volt Europa is proposing. Good. Alex, thanks. And to the rest, cheers. And hopefully see you very soon again.
Thank
Stefan,
you very much.
Stage is yours again.
Thank you very much to both Alexes. It was very interesting to also hear from your side. And well, we are waiting for the UK to come back. So
will be, no worries.
Exactly, we're counting on that. So we are now going to our second block of two. But you will again have to choose. So the first half hour, the upcoming half hour, there will be the following three topics: Europe, a safe haven for Jews, which will be presented by Connie Cavol. There is rule of law in the European Union member states, presented by Jonas Müller. And there is European Federal Republic, presented by Udo Pape-Kampmeijer. Then in half hour from now, we will have three more sessions amongst which you can choose. One is about autonomous driving by Janis Rinschein. There is Rethink Wealth, which is presented by Christian Penninger. And there will be the Artificial Intelligence Policy Incubator, which will be presented by Eckhard Siegmann. So we will be back here on Tusker in the main room in exactly 1 hour from now with our next topics. So I wish all of you very interesting and lively debates over the next hour. See you soon. Hello, everyone. So we are back, and I hope that also the second block of breakout sessions were as motivating as the first block. We are now, for the next 15 minutes, are going to talk about the activities of Damien in the European Parliament, and we have somebody who is extremely well placed to cover this topic with us, who is Johannes Jeneke, who is Damien's parliamentary collaborator. So he really works on a day-to-day basis with Damien in the European Parliament. In the meanwhile, I'll also remind you that we still have 58 minutes to vote, so don't forget to cast your vote. But with this, I now hand it over to Johannes. The stage is yours.
All right. Thanks, Stefan. Hi, everyone. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Johannes. I've been a member of Volt since I think about beginning of 2018. And I have the great privilege today to represent my dear colleagues, Rina Haidari, Kamila Soljeva, and Joachim Wilke from the MEP office here at this great event. I thought because we're here at a policy event, I thought maybe it makes sense to speak most about policy and how we do policy. And so I want to take a little step back and explain how the European Parliament works, and it's also how we work in the European Parliament. And I'm indeed very, very happy to answer questions because I'm talking here to a black screen and I don't really know if what I say is of interest. So if you are interested in a particular topic, please let me know. So how do we do politics in the European Parliament? I think the first thing to know is that the European Parliament really works around committees. So any given topic the Commission makes a proposal, and that proposal will make it into one or sometimes more than one committee in the European Parliament. And so it is really, really important about which kind of work you can do, which kind of topics you can push, in which committee you sit. And Damien sits in 4.5 committees. There's first AFCO, which is the Constitutional Committee, where Damien is actually the coordinator for the Green Group, which basically means that he is part of a smaller group of MEPs that basically coordinate how the work goes in the committee. So AFCO for us is obviously, as Volt, is very important because all the topics of EU reform, but also very importantly for us, electoral reform are in there. Then we are a member of ITRE, for which I'm an advisor. ITRE is the Industrial and Technology, Energy and Research Committee, and basically has a lot of broad kind of economic business, but also a lot of climate change topics. All the industrial side of climate change is in there. We are also a member of the Budget Committee, which is also I advise Damien on the Budget Committee. And in the Budget Committee, it's about the budget, but it is sometimes also about larger questions of European fiscal architecture. So I hope that all of you have seen that we worked on the Recovery Fund, and that file basically came through the Budget Committee. And then last, but certainly not least, and very dearly to Damien's heart, but to all of our heart, is the Liebe Committee. Great name for Germans, but it really is about internal affairs, civil liberties, hence Liebe. And it is where most of the migration files go through. And as you know, as a party, but also especially as an office, we take great interest in the question of asylum and labor migration. I'll talk about that in a second a bit more. So that's really where we are. And then how does this committee work? So the committees are very important. Just for example, like in the German Parliament, committees are really the center of political work. And in the committee, of course, all of the different groups, they are also present. They are present also in the proportion of their strength in plenary. So all of the groups have a certain contingent of MEPs per committee. And so that's why it's really important to be in a group, because let's say any given file comes to a committee, let's say the electoral law file, very important for us. The electoral law file goes to the AFCO committee because it is in the competence of the AFCO committee. And then every political group, so the Greens, EFA, or the European People's Party, or the Social Democrats, will nominate one MEP who will then kind of coordinate the group's work on this file. And those people are called the shadow rapporteurs, something that's always thrown around. In German, it's called Schattenberichterstatter, and in French, it's called rapporteur fictif. So those are really the people that on behalf of a group coordinate the political work. What does this mean? It means that they go around the group and ask, so what are our priorities? Which direction do we want to put the file? They will also negotiate with other groups on behalf of their group. So, in Greens EFA, we have 74 MEPs, and basically with all of those votes in the back, we will go to the other groups and say, well, if you want to have those votes, this is the kind of stuff that you need to offer. So this is a pretty important role. And amongst these shadow rapporteurs from every group, one MEP will be the so-called rapporteur. Rapporteur, so every time you look at the Parliament's website and you look at the law, normally this is the person's name who is on the bill. So rapporteur basically is the lead MEP whose job is to moderate all the different groups coming together to form a majority. So you have the shadow rapporteurs and the rapporteurs, and they come from each group. This is kind of the logic of how parliamentary work works. And of course, now when a bill comes in, so for example, in my committee, we've just done this yesterday on a bill called the Data Governance Act, which I will talk about in a second. But when a bill comes in, Damian, as the shadow rapporteur, writes amendments. So basically, a little bit like you do in the policy process. The Commission proposes a text, and then every group writes amendments. And then it's the job of the rapporteur to write so-called compromise amendments, basically, which means to where all the groups amended maybe the same sentence or the same paragraph, to take those amendments together into one text that the rapporteur believes could work for a majority of people. This is called the compromise amendments. And basically, those are the most important negotiations that ultimately form the opinion on a text. And this could be any text, could be a resolution. So basically, the Parliament just saying, oh, we want this or that or this. It could also be a law. Same works when it comes to a law. But it also works, for example, when it's about a mandate of a scrutiny group, like the Frontex scrutiny group that's just been set up. So basically, this is how it works. So now what do we do in this whole thing? So I told you the 4 committees that we have. And of course, in those committees, we have certain focus areas, because as you know, there are also other MEPs, and it's a little bit also a fight. MEPs, they haggle about who gets to work on the sexy files, who gets to be the shadow rapporteur or the rapporteur on files that could be, that they either care about a lot or that are very big in the press, or could be important. So this is basically the work of a parliament. I mean, overall, I think this is how many other parliaments work as well. So what do? We care really, really strongly about, as you know, as Volt, we care really strongly about EU reform. So in all of the files that were on offer, we have always tried to focus on the things that have a European perspective, a large common perspective, either about European institutions or about reforms that affect the structures of the union. So to start with AFCO, which is probably the committee closest to this EU reform concept, there we work on electoral reform. So basically, how do MEPs get elected? Very, very complicated, difficult fields. I know that the MOP group that works on this is really also been struggling with the complexity of the topic. So have we. So this is something that my dear colleague Joachim, or Jo, who many of you know, is doing. And there we are basically trying to rewrite the law that determines how MEPs are being voted. So that means minimum standards, the thresholds, the art of party financing, nominating candidates. All of this we believe should be better and more uniformly regulated across the EU, so we don't have these massive differences that we've seen in the last election campaign. Big focus area. Damian spends a lot of time there. We all, also as an office, always brainstorm together about how to go about this. And I'm sure many of you are aware of this. In AFCO, we also have some other stuff that is close to the heart of Volt, European political party regulation. Always important for us, is very important about how Volt is being financed and so forth. That's an important bit. And basically, there are a lot of files that come through which determine, short of changing the treaties. Am I already at the end? I'm going to, yes, all right. Already running out of time. Short of going through the treaties that determine how Europe is being regulated. That's in AFCO. In ITRE, very quickly, so we're currently working on a file called the Data Governance Act, which basically is about how data is being shared in the European Union. Very important subject, very much not regulated at the moment when it comes to non-personal data, so how businesses share data with each other. Very interesting file that actually we've only yesterday handed in amendments. And we also work on artificial intelligence there, but in fact, because it's a sexy topic and many Greens wanted it, we have chosen to go on data and rather stay a little bit back on AI. And then very importantly, migration, something that I'm sure many of you have seen. We work on labor migration. So basically, we're trying to focus on the pathways of legal migration into Europe, in particular also to attract talent. So to change the narrative a little bit, not just to talk about asylum seekers, but also talk about the reality that we all face of how important migrants, legal migrants are for the labor markets in the European Union. But Damian is also working on the neo-asylum system. So I know, maybe you know, there's a reform of the Dublin system. And in there is a crisis file, it's called. So basically what happens if there is an asylum crisis, however you want to define that. And this is what Damian is also the shadow rapporteur for the Greens EFA in Libe. Last but not least, there's the budget file where we just were the rapporteur, which we're very proud of, for a very not so sexy topic, the Parliament's budget. So the 2022 budget for the European Parliament. Damian was the rapporteur for the first time. It was an experience, not really something for the press, but something for war stories that I'm very happy to tell anytime in the future. And with this, I hopefully kept my time. And all I can say is that our office is, we're obviously with Damian 5. Our doors are always open for questions and for engagement. We feel that the engagement to the office is great when it comes to events, but please also when it comes to politics and policy, don't hesitate to reach out to us. It may sometimes not fall into one of those 4 committees or one of those files that we do, which means that it is not a topic that we can really make a legal difference. So, for example, lots of the climate laws, we're not in the ENVI committee, so we can't work on them directly, but we're always really interested in your help and your views and your swarm intelligence. And with this, I thank you for having me and wish you a fantastic policy party day. I don't know how you say this in English, Parteitag in German. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Johannes. It was extremely challenging to summarize all the hard work you and your colleagues are doing in just under 15 minutes, but you did an excellent job at it. So thank you very much for this update. Thank you very much also for sticking to the time. So let's quickly move on to our next topic, which is the energy transition policy. And here actually a very big group of people who will be talking about this. We have Paul Alexander, we have Mo Budnik, we have Kiek Brander, Konrad Ritter, Jonis Legrand, and Rob van Olme. So quite a big group of people. So I'm not going to take any other time, just reminding all of you that there are still 44 minutes left to vote, so please do vote. And I now give the floor to whomever of the big group of people I just announced will be talking first.
Stefan, great to see you back center stage. I'm Konrad Ritter from the European Board, and I work closely with the policy team. For us in the European Board, it is important that our European policies are cutting edge, that they are coherent, and they are European, because each and every Volt chapter needs to be able to politically live with those binding policies. Now, that is not always easy. Just remind you of the different national perspectives, for example, on a topic like nuclear energy. And that's why I'm really grateful to Rob and Mo from our Global Balance co-facilitators, together with Paolo Alexander and Yoni Legrand, to have initiated this European Energy Transition Program that will develop a set of policies showing a credible pathway towards climate neutrality in the energy sector in Europe. With their systematic and strategic approach, I'm actually very confident that we will get a set of Volt policies, and some of them actually already in the next policy round, that are, well, cutting edge, coherent, and European. I actually believe that this pioneering model will become relevant also for tackling those complex and possibly controversial topics I just mentioned, health and economic policies. So we really want to learn from your experience. And with that, handing over to Paolo and Jonas and saying thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. I hope you can hear me and see me. I'm Paolo from Germany, and I would like to first of all thank to the team who developed the first energy climate and transition and climate change policy, in which we decided last May, which I think was already cutting edge and a very good program to describe the pathways which we want to take over. We are putting our emphasis on elaborating a little bit further, and by this means really trying to achieve a uniqueness in the party environment, in the political party environment in Europe, trying to achieve the unique European Climate Plan 2040, in which we do not only consider which technologies we want to introduce, which behavioral change we want to get focused on, but really coming from a kind of a little bit a business case model. First of all, trying to analyze demand structures and to cope with supply structures, which we are going to elaborate a little bit more in detail afterwards. So we aim for a novel way to do these policies. We aim for doing it on a very strategic and comprehensive approach, giving us a real benefit in our whole argumentation towards other parties, specifically addressing European Parliament elections in 2024. We want to have it as a very inclusive, broadly supported European initiative. And we feel very much positive about it, this being endorsed by Volt Europe and the Volt Europe board in order to create, and Konrad already said it, a set of policies. So it's not one policy, it's a policy initiative which is dealing with diverse policies within one overall program. Jonas, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you, Paolo. So energy is important to our lifestyles, but it is a big part of our greenhouse gas emissions. And we often think of energy as electricity, but it's also heating our buildings, manufacturing, industry, and transport. So before looking at how we will supply this energy in the future sustainably, as Paolo said, we want to envision what the European energy demand will be in 2040, and then look at how we can match this with the different sustainable energy sources we have throughout Europe, such as abundant solar in the south, hydropower in the Alps, and wind power in the North Sea. And then the question or the bottleneck arises is, how will we transport this energy in Europe? How can we increase the electrical connections within Europe to balance these sources? or could we do a part of this with e-fuels, hydrogen, biofuels, etc.? And then there are the legal implications. What are the legal aspects that are blocking this European energy interconnections? But also, how can we use legal mechanisms to safeguard the sustainability of energy solutions that we are providing? And we want to develop a policy that is validated by state-of-the-art modeling and scientific research on this question. Now, we want to do this in phases. So the first question of the future demand, we want to supply by next GA in October 2021. And here we want to develop policies to encourage consumer and behavioral change to decrease our energy usage, but at the same time, demand side technologies which will improve efficiency and energy use. But we also want, at the same time, we will have to really think of policies to improve our transmission network. After this, we will think more about supplies. We will investigate what is the European renewable energy potential. Does it need to be supplemented with low carbon technologies such as carbon capture was discussed this morning, perhaps nuclear energy? And can we have consistent sustainability criteria across Europe to decide, okay, what do we all think is sustainable? What are the trade-offs between using different energy sources, and what would different scenarios look like in supplying this energy? And that then we will also develop policy measures to encourage this, so that in 2022 we can have a European vision for carbon neutral energy in Europe in 2040, validated by state-of-the-art modeling that is achievable with minimal cost to environment, society, and health. And the real benefit of this program is that we will be supporting different policy initiatives in Volt Europa and on the national level by coordinating them, by sharing research, sharing modeling capabilities and resources from different chapters. Yeah, and here's a bit of an example of what the different sectors and the energy supplies could be categorized, and other support measures such as the spot market, government directions, and ecosystem carbon capture. Now, all of these policies will be policy initiatives will be coordinated by a managing group, which Paulo will explain in more detail.
Yes, thank you. So the program is handled within the same structures we already have available within the policy group. So there are two program leads, which are basically the global balance facilitators. The project itself consists of a coordination group, which would then have to be selected and has the goal to integrate all policy initiatives which may already be out there, like a nuclear initiative, a hydrogen initiative, and so on, so that we do have a really comprehensive perspective on all. And this will be gathered and regularly informed, or we will regularly inform country council, the boards, and so on. So this is basically the standard procedure within the already existing policy program processes. One next slide, please. So it's only, I only need to say, please get into this job. We have two uniquenesses in this. First of all, I do not know any party who does it from an European perspective. Second of all, I don't know any party who does not jump right into the technologies itself without questioning demand. So if you want to join, get into this link. Policy initiatives, as you see, like here we do a lot of different skills in all countries. Everybody is going to be well accepted, and we deem that this is going to be making a big impact. Next slide, please. The scope is a little bit restricted. All the points you see in here, we will try to handle separately. They will be handled by global balance facilitators outside of the program in order not to overemphasize everything and to make everything too complicated. So the topics are going to be addressed, not within this program. Nevertheless, if you want to join these initiatives also, just get into them. So thanks a lot for joining this group. I think it will be a mega project, and would like to hand over to Keith, who has something to say about something going in parallel.
Thank you. If I can have the next slide. Oh, there wasn't one before then. Okay, you've probably heard of the European Green Deal, which is a very major part of the plan for Europe for the next 5 years from the European Commission. And there are many aspects to it, including the energy aspect. But the board have asked us, asked for a review of the development of the European Green Deal, and I'm trying to put together a group who will help to do that. So the European Green Deal has an action plan, a number of actions within it, and each of those really needs somebody to look into it. If I could have the next slide, please. Next, please. Yeah. This is the outline structure of the European Green Deal. I won't go into it. There are 8 different components. Next slide, please. The point about it is that this is an ongoing process. And so every day there are new pieces of legislation. You may have heard about the European Climate Law, which was negotiated earlier this week. We need to keep up to date within Volt about what is happening on these, both in order to inform the board and also in order to keep people in the national chapters informed about the new policies. And so next slide, please. What I'm asking is, if anyone is interested in joining this review, then please take a look at the European Green Deal review page on Workplace. The link is there, and help out with carrying this through. It will be a regular process because the initiatives are coming forward all the time. And so I think we're going to be working on something like a monthly or 2-monthly cycle to try to provide information both to the board and to our fellow members within Volt. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Also, thank you. Thank you. Also, thank you to the link. So I would actually like to submit this question to you, which is, why is this new policy initiative? Is this a new policy initiative and not an initiative to amend, improve the energy and climate policy that already includes content on energy supply and demand? Otherwise, there is the risk of doubling content.
So if I could answer this question, this isn't a policy initiative in itself. It's rather a program to manage different policy initiatives that are related to climate and energy. So there are still, the previous energy and climate policy was pretty comprehensive, but there's still a lot of open questions, a lot of different initiatives that have came out to discuss this. So one is hydrogen, nuclear energy, sustainable land use. And instead of having each conversation in isolation, we need to bring this within the broader context of the whole energy challenge, of the whole European context. So this is a way to have a group that coordinates these different things, investigates the trade-offs between different policies, and also initiates policies that are still lacking.
Maybe I can add to it. Am I on the screen or?
You are, please go ahead.
All right. So I think what we did until now is that we very much focused on technology and regulation, typical things for policies, which is okay. What we're doing now is we have to include the market and the cost. So we have to think about what is going to be the need, how many terawatts are we going to be needing due to different scenarios, so behavioral changes, scenario A to B, in other scenarios, so that we don't ask the question first, which kind of technology we want, because this is just a means to get somewhere. We are asking the question, what is the market demand? And if we know the demands differentiated in countries and so on, then we might be much better off knowing which technology to favor, and also to understand which cost is going to be associated to whatever program we define. So it's not replacing anything. It's basically going a little bit more beyond and talking about future scenarios, including quantitative analysis.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much also for taking this question. And I hope you have clarified the matter. So we are now a little bit over time for our short coffee break, which will now finish in 12 minutes from now. So at 2:45 Central European Time. So see you back in 11 minutes. And that also means you still have 26 minutes to vote on the policies. See you in 10 minutes. Welcome again to everyone. Wonderful opportunity. The next topic is the policy program in smaller chapters, and we have with us Henry Paul Wolf from Volt Romania, but we will have an introduction from Ines Consoni, our policy co-lead on this. Ines, please go ahead.
Thank you. So the policy team is very happy to have here today Henry from Volt Romania. So the policy process that has been built in this chapter is a great example and should be a huge inspiration to other Volt chapters. It is very consistent, very well done. And so we wanted to give him an opportunity today to share his work with us. So without further ado, Henry, go ahead. We are very glad to have you here today.
Thank you very much. And yeah, good day from Transylvania. I would just start sharing my screen so you actually see also the presentation I prepared for you. Thanks for having me, and thanks for all the congratulations. I've not done that on my own. That's for the first. But let me introduce myself very quickly. My name is Henry. I'm the country lead for Volt Romania, and at the same time, I'm also the policy lead. When I'm not a purple cape superhero at night that wants to change Europe, I actually work as a polar expedition guide in the Arctic and Antarctica. I'm a true green tea junkie, so I have my tea here just right next to me, and I'm actually really desperately waiting for this year's Shinche. I'm a dedicated cheese lover, and I'm a diagnosed workaholic, but I think at least the last point is not that kind of a special thing for Volters. I would love to give you a brief overview of Volt Romania and provide you some facts and figures. We are currently in the process of becoming Volt Europa's 15th national party after a year of back and forth with the court in Bucharest. Due to the relatively small team size, we are only represented on a national level, but actually right now, our expansion team is really preparing to change that and roll out regional and city teams. And after our press release in regards to the decision of the Court of Appeal to actually confirm our valid submission to become a political party, we got quite an influx of new members, which are, however, scattered throughout the country, as you can see on the map. As of now, we count around 72 members and volunteers, which is quite an amazing growth compared to last year. With Volt Romania currently in the process of becoming registered as the 15th political party, we face a situation that the up until now loose group of individuals suddenly need kind of a more professional structure, but obviously also a set of own policies, because that's kind of a bread and butter business for political party. So the policies also need to respect, of course, the national level that needs to be taken into consideration beyond the existing policy portfolio of Volt Europa. So we already tried to start such a process in the autumn of last year when we supported independent candidates for the local and later the general elections in Romania. But the outcome certainly was nowhere close to something that was satisfying ourselves. So we had very limited resources, rather basic ideas or kind of punchlines, as you can see in those example documents here, not truly collaborative. So we actually split the work. We let people decide what they want to work on, but it was not a group of people working on one specific policy, but it was rather one member working on that policy, one on that. There was not really a defined process, and it was not really based on anything that was established within Volt. So, as I already mentioned, with the foundation of the party in Romania came an influx of new members, and they really brought great dynamics into the team. And we decided to restart the entire policy process. Our policy lead at the time, unfortunately, got busier and busier in his daytime job and just took a step back. And that was really unfortunate, because that was really the moment when we actually wanted to start. So I just volunteered to reach out to other chapters in the European level to to get a better idea how to set up our own national policy process. So I dug myself into Google Drive, and I'm not sure if any one of you ever tried to find out policy documents of other chapters or the European level through Google Drive. It is really a mess. It's really difficult. I really dislike Google Drive here on that occasion. I ran through dozens of documents and charts. I had a number of meetings, really nice and refreshing, with Thor from the European policy team, with Gert from the Dutch team. I was in touch with different members of the German policy teams, from several individuals from all around Volt Europe. It was really, really great to took all that input. I just took that, put it in the box, shook it, and then we just sorted out the modules we received from there. And what we basically did, we actually used the existing European policy process and got inspired by some ideas from national level, in particular from the Dutch MOP and election program process. And that's the chart you see on the right side. And we turned that into the base of our process. So we took the chart, we defined the 4 stages along a timeline, and you see the light purple boxes stretching above and below the timeline. And the further below the timeline a box stretches, the more elaborate the policies or better the policy proposals will be. The further above the timeline a box stretches, the more proposals we will have to deal with. So in the beginning, it's kind of obvious that a number of proposals is increasing until the deadline for filing initiatives. And while in stage 2, the number of active initiatives will decrease, the remaining ones will certainly become more elaborate. So stage 3 then will further diminish the quantity of active initiatives and will condense the proposals into something more catchy until we eventually vote on them to become the first set of policies of Volt Romania. If you put dates onto that chart, that will look something like this. So we discussed the policy process among our team and organized kind of a kickoff event, which we got inspired for by Volt UK. So thanks for that on this point here. The All About Volt event was kind of a mixture of an introduction to newer Volt members, but also an introduction to the policy process on the European level. And we took it then from there. So we had Thor with us, who actually introduced the European policy process. And we took it from there, built the bridge to the national policy process, and explained step by step how that process will be enrolled and what kind of possibilities we actually have in that process. So every member really had a chance to get that step-by-step guide through the entire process. Further, we had then 2 strategy workshops to give the team a direction and then open the floor for policy initiatives. Our comm teams did actually a pretty amazing job to set up a microsite where our members easily can submit a policy initiative in no time, and they can do that in either English or Romanian. And that's something I would like to highlight a bit, because our entire policy process in Romania is set up to be bilingual. The reason we do that is simply inclusion. So obviously Romanian is our operational language as a political party. However, we think having English as additional language within our chapter enables not only non-Romanians to participate, as we have members from the Netherlands, from the UK, from Portugal, from Germany, from all over Europe, but it also enables transparency from the other side, from the European level, from other chapters coming in, just checking out on that, right? But first and foremost, I personally think that setting up that process bilingual helps us minimizing the time effort I spent on gathering all those documents and insights and learnings to come to that process. So we have a big asset in Volt Romania, and that's sharing our common knowledge. That's one of the key elements of our pan-European movement. And if we manage to make that knowledge and those learnings easily accessible for other members, for other teams or for other chapters, then we can actually truly make a difference, and we can make that difference rather quick. And that's a big game changer for us to not only open that to all Romanians, so Romanians actually, if they feel more comfortable, write their policy in Romanian, we automatically translate that into English. If someone writes a policy in English, we automatically translate that into Romanian. So all the documents along the way are available bilingual, and that's a big change to all other policy processes I've seen so far within Volt Europa. And I really recommend that, because for me, it's rather easy to do some research in Volt Germany, but for people who don't speak German, it's really difficult to get ideas how the German policy process looks like. Of course, you can access the people and you can ask people to give them a little better insight, but it still is not as easy and inclusive as it would be if you would just have the possibility to browse through documents and sort them by importance. So when we started our policy process, I was hoping to get 3 volunteers from our rather small team to help me in the Romanian policy team. So they were supposed to take over responsibilities over 1 or 2 challenges each. But then when I called for applications, I really got surprised and overwhelmed by our team, and the resonance I received was just awesome. Today, I'm super proud to introduce to you a team of 12 challenge facilitators in the Romanian team. A number I personally haven't dreamt of. It was really out of thought for me. Our team already reached out to their European facilitator peers, and slowly but surely we professionalize our team as well as our process. Of course, it's a big learning curve there, and we need to figure out how we actually get the facilitators into the position to advise people, to help people, to really be on their toes in this respective challenge. However, as of today, we have 38 active policy initiatives, and we haven't reached the actual deadline for filing initiatives yet. The vast majority is covering the Smart State Challenge, but we also have economic renaissance, social equality. As you can see, we have very little citizen empowerment in EU reform that might also be directly connected to the current situation in Romania. There's a lot of wish for change in state structures and authority structures, in changing bureaucracy into something efficient, to digitalize, and that's what reflects those initiatives. And that's why we have, out of 38 active initiatives, 21 in the Smart State Challenge. But I am really impressed by the level of activity our team has shown just in the past 2 months. I would have not thought about 38 active policy initiatives in our very first process. So I really hope that we can keep it up from there. The base for everything we work on right now is the microsite. And at this very moment, our microsite, our Romanian policy microsite, is very basic, very rudimentary. And that's because we wanted to limit the information available in the beginning. So our microsite will develop over the next few weeks. We will add content. We will provide guidance in form of the criteria catalog, which is also bilingual. We will provide FAQs. All initiatives and their respective status will be highlighted, a number of additional infos, and so on. The microsite is the center stage of the entire process. All submissions go through the page. We try to automate as much as possible in form of transferring submissions into a list of all initiatives, and later the proposals and amendments as well. We're really trying to turn the microsite into the main policy hub for the entire policy process. We try to have all the documents for the entire process bilingual and want to have them ready to access there. If it's initiatives, proposal, amendments, we will be able to submit in both languages all the time, all the way, and we will provide the translation into the other language as fast as possible to keep the entire process as transparent, as participatory, and as inclusive as possible. So that being said, that is actually the policy process we set up. We actually took a lot advice, a lot of research, a lot of learnings from other chapters from the European level. The European level was a really great help, the European policy team, with input learnings from the past policy cycles, from the learnings from the past structure of the policy process, the core documents like criteria catalog, the structure of policy proposal documents, the debate structure and so on and so forth. We copied a number of learnings from the Dutch team. I'm really, really glad for each and everyone who shared their knowledge with me, with the Romanian team. And today I'm really, really happy that the process is up and running. And yeah, I could not give some more hope for smaller chapters, but just saying, hey, if you're interested, if you want to learn from our experience, I really invite you to just visit our microsite or reach out directly to me. Would really be a pleasure. That's it from my side now. I would love to see if there are questions. I'm really happy to answer.
There's actually one question that came in, but I don't know if it is related to what you just presented. But since anyhow we have some time, we can do it. I mean, somebody made as a comment that the bilingual process should become a standard for all national teams. So it's actually good to see that there are best practices coming from all sides. Somebody is asking, would you reckon that a common wiki would make it easier for all European Volt chapters to learn from each other? Might take the pain out of Google Drive, make changes more visible, and also enable chapters to easily manage different language versions.
I agree. So the bilingual process, that's something we really thought through in Romania. I am country lead, not speaking the language of the country. So that's a very disadvantaged position for myself. So I'm not really able to follow a policy process if it's completely in Romanian language. But of course, there is no way for me that we have a policy process that is not including Romanian language. So we needed to find a way to make it as inclusive for both of us. And for me, that was the only option. And if I see at the General Assembly, there's very often a comment from a couple of teams where people just say, do we have subtitles? Do we have translations? Do we have summaries somewhere? Because people not necessarily are proficient in English all the time. That's just a nature of thing. It's not, for most of our people, it's not the native tongue. So we need to find a way to make it still inclusive. And I think a wiki would be a very good chance to actually take the stress out of that situation. That wiki could also be multilingual to actually make it also easy for people who are not that familiar with English. And that's, for example, something we discover in Romania. The level of people or the amount of people who are proficient in English is not that high, but there is still a high likelihood of people who want to join Volt Romania and want to join Volt to change the way politics are made. The participatory part of being member of Volt, of being able to change policies or to write policies, to draft them yourself in every stage, on every level, is just something that not all the parties are not in Romania, not even a single party is offering in that intent. So we need to make it as inclusive. And that also means that if we have members on a national level who are not proficient in English, they will be excluded from a lot of documents on the European level. And I know if we look at the European Union, the multi-language issue might sometimes be a pain, but to me, it is a big luxury to actually be able to provide all different languages in the European Union their own documents, or the documents in their own mother tongue. So I think it could be kind of a role model to have a bilingual process. So we actually can also make it transparent for the European level, so it's easy to follow without necessarily having language skills in that respective chapter.
By the way, I need to congratulate you because you are until now the topic that is creating the most questions. So very, very good. And I'm actually shooting the next two to you. I mean, I'm sort of summarizing them because some people ask the same question. One is a technical question where people are asking, are you using some tools for your translation, or are you really using translators? So that's the first one. The second one, I think, is a question. It is asked in a Romanian specific specific way, but I think it applies to many other countries. And the question is, are you also providing Hungarian translations, given the fact that there is also a significant Hungarian minority in Transylvania? But this applies to most countries, because actually there are only very, very few European countries where only one language is spoken. So
indeed,
happy to hear also your point of view on those two points.
I start with the second question first. I'm living in a Hungarian minority area here, so my fiance is Hungarian or Hungarian minority in Romanian. So this is a topic really dear to my heart, because for me it's actually really difficult to decide what language do I learn. Do I learn Hungarian, that I'm pretty much screwed in the rest of Romania, or do I learn Romanian, that I'm pretty much screwed in my village? We talk about it, and we actually lacking at this very moment just someone who is double checking the translations into Hungarian. So yes, we think about the having the process set up also in Hungarian. Particularly, we start right now with a website to actually get the Volt Romania website also translated into Hungarian. It takes a bit of time, because right now, as of this moment, we don't really have members who speak Hungarian. So it would be a door opener for the future. And I totally agree. If we want to be inclusive for minorities in the country, yes, that should be certainly something we have to keep in the back of our minds. How are we doing it? So at this moment, our filing process is a rather basic one. So we have a Google form where you can just jump back into that slide. You see the Google form here on the right side. This is very basic. It just asks you for two things. It asks you for the title, and it asks you for a very brief description. In the first step, prior to that, it would be just asking you if you want to have it in Romanian or in English, and then this form is either in English or in Romanian. When you enter that, as soon as you click here, submit, there is in the Google spreadsheet is a formula, and thanks to Alex for that, is a formula that translates that automatically into the other language. That translation is not perfect. We know that. That's completely fine, but it does its job. So it means if someone in Romanian submits it, I know immediately what the intention of that person is. And if I don't understand the description, I just ask the person, can you elaborate that? Because their English is good enough to actually do that in a personal chat. But possibly the people are not really really confident in writing in English. So it's also the other way around, by the way. The English submissions will be translated into Romanian automatically. That's for that process. If we see that people are not happy with the translation, we change that translation naturally. The later stages will cause some manual translation needs. That's clear. We don't really have translators in our team, but we have a translation group, and that just team members who volunteer to say, we want to translate. We have that already in our comms team established, and that was the first stage where that was actually experienced, where the comms teams really prepared all the social media posts bilingual. They were mainly written in English, or rather German, and then they were trilingual, and then we needed translations into other languages. So this translation group is already existing, and we intend to facilitate that also for the policy process.
Thank you very much also for taking these questions. So good luck with your policy process, and good luck with learning both Hungarian and Romanian, two easy languages, so that won't take you too much time. So thank you very much, Paul. So with this, we can actually move now to our next topic, and the votes are closed. So I'm no longer going to insist with people that they should vote. But of course, I am now switching from vote to the fundraiser, and insisting, of course, that now that you have all stopped voting, not to forget to also go and click on the specific link for the fundraiser. Policies made politics, and here we have two speakers. We have Sofia Gentiloni Silveri from the European Board, and we have Alberto Tani from the European policy team. And their section on policies made politics will be introduced by the European policy co-lead Thor.
Thank you, Stefan. And also thank you, Henry, for a very good presentation on the Romanian policy process. I hope that can inspire other national chapters, and I hope they reach out to you as well. So our next presentation, as Stefan mentioned, is on policies made politics. And I believe this is a very important topic and presentation, because why do we make policies at all? Why do we have a policy program? Well, that's also to have an impact on the world and to make a change. That change usually comes in the form of elections, with election programs based on our policies. So with that, I will leave the floor to Alberto and Sofia. Looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Thor. Thank you all. Thanks for the organizer and for the participant to this great and challenging event. So indeed, this is a pilot initiative, and at an early stage, this initiative is aimed at collecting key campaigns topics. I think that in any field, the advantages of comparisons with other countries, of information sharing, of best practice sharings are well known. This applies also to politics. And actually, in our case, this information are the electoral campaigns, the programs, because these programs are the programs to which Volt is known outside. So the scope of this initiative is to raise awareness and give visibility, to contribute to the current campaign political topics, to allow interaction between chapters at different levels, to explore the possibility of unifying political topics, and to maybe convert those topics in common political proposition in a pan-European approach. So at the first stage, therefore, we are collecting this information through a tool which has been created by our core team. We have chosen 4 pilot chapters: Germany, Italy, the Netherlands, and Portugal. And one person of the core team is responsible for each chapter. We have Alberto Tani for Italy, for Germany, Janko, and for the Netherlands, Wouter, and for Portugal, Ines. So now I will pass the floor to Alberto, who will show you our approach and our tool. And we hope to receive your collaboration in order to collect this information.
Thank you. Before going back a moment to why we're doing these, now that we know the scope, let me tell you that I'm particularly happy that we are presenting or introducing this initiative after Harry's, because I see, you will see there are actually some points of contact, like language. We want to speak the same language as the people that we're asking information to and that we want to give information to. And also, we want to understand what is important for the reference citizenry and the reference local chapters that compose Volt. So as Sophia said, we decided to start trying to achieve a proof of concept, just to test, on the one hand, the methodology, on the other, the tools. What do we need the tools for? We need the tools to understand what the local campaign teams are campaigning on or are planning to campaign on, and how to support their effort, thinking, obviously, especially of the smaller teams. Now, before actually reaching out to the local teams, then we try and understand how to manage the boundary between the core team and exterior. And the way we intend to do that is with a process, a well-defined process, and a data collection tool. And that is because, as I briefly introduced, what we are aiming to do is first reaching out to the local chapters in order to understand what the important topics are for them, then to reconcile it at a unitary level, then to give them back some pre-processed information, evidence-based, or in this case, policy portfolio based, and also reconciled, so that we can have some unitary propositions, have a congruent storytelling for our basis and also for our reference citizenry. Now, as depicted in this slide, you see we have different local chapters that are working on developing their own political propositions. Some of them will be working on the same political propositions. Most of them will hopefully do that in a congruent way. Some of them will somehow get in contact one with the other. The point is that this is a process that is not under control of the very people themselves, because they don't know what the next door neighbors are doing, and they could find some efficiencies. And it is not known by the European and the national levels sometimes that could actually support the local teams. Therefore, what we thought is, let's first understand what these topics that the local chapters want to campaign on are, and let's try and do that with a data collection tool that is scalable, that is a collaboration tool, therefore that doesn't need a centralized intervention, and also that speaks the language of the people, not forcibly English. Once we do that, we will first understand what the campaign topics are, and then according to a process, by reaching out to the local chapter and by doing these in a collaborative way, where everyone sees what everyone else does, we will also achieve a direct connection between the local chapters. And the reason why is that, as you can see, the data collection tool is a common layer that is used by all of the chapters, which means that whenever I input a campaign topic I want to campaign on, I can see if anyone else in the party has been campaigning or is currently campaigning on the same topic, so that we can reach out to one another, possibly join forces, or perhaps I am a small chapter and I can take advantage of the more developed resources of an older or a bigger chapter. Now, why this approach? Let me go back. Let me step back to the fundamentals, to the theory. I believe that the reason why most of us are here is because we believe in pan-Europeanism, which means a European approach deeply rooted in a local dimension. We need to understand what important topics at local level are, and we want to speak local at a European scale. Then we want to be evidence-based, which means that we require more effort in developing our policies than other parties do. And also we are for a participated, which is different from participatory, democracy. So we want to involve the members, we want to involve the base, we want to involve, to some extent, the citizenry as well. Now, this can be declined in a shared narrative. What the base is asking is a direct support between chapters without having to forcibly go for middle layers. And also, one potentiality that we can express is, as I say, having smaller chapters take advantage of the resources of the bigger ones. Evidence-based approach, again, we have a strong, robust policy portfolio, and we want the chapters to be able to leverage it. For a small chapter, it could be, very cumbersome to go and read through all of the policy proposals. Sorry, all of the policies in the policy portfolio, and also, it's different sometimes to try and get support from other levels and other local chapters. And also, then we want to create a network of external experts, because if my local chapter is able to reach out to an expert, that expert could be helpful for another chapter as well. For participative democracy, obviously, then the first thing we want to do is understanding who we are aiming to represent and to serve, so that we can understand what kind of language we need to speak when we have our policies in mind and we need to convert it into political propositions. Now, how are we trying to achieve all of these? We put in place a data collection tool that at this point in time is based on a spreadsheet, which is a collaboration tool, which means that there is a centralized database-like structure where different people or different local chapters can input the information at the same time, viewing what's in there already. And as you can see, some of the information that is there is exactly to answer to these categories. We say we want to be pan-European, and indeed, you would see that in these two cases, which are two actual cases from Bolzano, Bozen, and Berlin, you can know who's working in those chapters on that very point, so that Filippo might want to give a call to Arno directly or to contact him in the workplace. We want an evidence-based approach, which means that in case we see that there are best practices internally in the party or externally, why not, taking advantage directly? Very often you don't do that because you don't know that you have a connection already, or you don't know that Münster's manifesto, in this case, is there. I mean, it's a good source of information, story. And then for participated democracy, we try and understand whether a campaign topic is a campaign topic of the moment. So it's due to external conditions, say, for instance, the Fukushima disaster occurs, and then obviously we need to speak about nuclear at all levels. We may want to do that in a different way or with a different priority at different times. Now, with this tool in place, and with a supporting form, because we want to scale the tools to different people so that who feels more comfortable with an Excel file can do it directly in Excel file, but also there are some people that prefer clicking things. So with these two tools in place, we developed an approach. An approach that, first of all, as we saw in Romania, is based on having people speak European, which means their own language. And that's because, as I said, translations are very easy today to do. Then no centralized intervention. We want the core team to just be a reference point so that if there are some doubts about the methodology or some technical constraints, then there is someone supporting. But I mean, everything should be very agile and smooth. And then have a core team just taking information, parsing it, and providing it to the internal stakeholders at national and European level. That can be the policy team, it can be the comms team, and also be able, once this information is being analyzed, to give it back to the local chapters. Now, before I show you the actual tool, I would like to show you what we have in mind as a process when it's up and running. Say that we start from hearing the voice of the citizens, which means that we have our ears on the ground that are the people campaigning, speaking to the people, understanding what are the concerns and the desires of the people that we aim to represent. Then, based on these, hopefully, the local chapters will define the campaign topics they want to campaign on. And hopefully, they will go to the to the centralized campaign tool, which is the one we are introducing today, and insert a record. Then, once the information is in the tool, we can also, as I said, identify the assets like the experts or the mapping of policy, or which resources were used to define these campaign topics, and also external experts that were involved. Then, once the tool is updated with this information, we go to the centralized or to the core team that, first of all, consolidates the information, because we may want to understand what the main topics for our base are, but also what the main topics for the mountainous region are, or for the autonomous region are, or for the border region are. Different homogeneous areas will want to speak about the same topics. Then, once this information is consolidated, it can be made available to the policy team, for instance, because they may want to further develop some policies in the policy portfolio, but also to internal comms to inform the party about what's going on, and also to external comms, because we may discover that these topics is being campaigned with a very effective social campaign. So why not making it available to the rest of the party? Then, as I say, the policy portfolio can be queried, and here comes the first direct added value. Once the information available at the central level is parsed and processed according to the request at the local level, it can be conveyed back to the people that are in need of that, either from a local chapter to another, spontaneously or facilitated centrally, or from a central database, which could be, for instance, the policy portfolio or the policy database. After digestion, to the local base. This could be, for instance, the unified proposals or the unified political proposals that Sophia mentioned. Now, I see I have a couple more minutes. So if that is okay for you, I would like to show you the actual tool we're using. So as you can see, we have this tool that is thought for being used in the local language. Then it's translated automatically into English, and from them consolidated. Now let's take, for instance, an example for Germany. You see, I enter here and I see what the topics that are being discussed are, with a short description about that. But then I can also get information about, the typology of local chapter, so that, as I said, I may want to see what the important topics for the capitals are, or for the border regions, so that, Luxembourg is considered together with Bozen, for instance. Okay. Voila. Then we have information about, let's say, a short description. We have information about the very people that are campaigning on a topic. A link to the actual proposal so that other people can be inspired or actually develop that even further. Then this information could be used by the policy team in order to understand where to go and look in the policy portfolio. Then the sectors impacted, this is for centralized analysis. And voila, and the best practices, you see, so internal and external.
Alberto, sorry, I think you're not sharing the Excel sheet.
Oh, sorry.
I think you are sharing still the same slides.
Mm-hmm. And I believe, well, let me just show you, because I believe we're running out of time.
Yes,
well,
now it works.
This is the actual sheet, as I said. Sorry about that. Here you see you have information from different typologies of local chapters. And please, let me know when I have to stop myself. Here you can categorize information, let's say, because again, we want to understand what are the important topics for all the industrial cities, for instance, as opposed to the rural cities. We want to know exactly who we can contact so that people from one local chapter, here we go, one person for a local chapter can reach out directly a person from another, and it's here. I don't see it because I zoom on it, you see? Then I want to know when this information is going to be used in a campaign. I want to know whether there is some information that's been developed already. I want to be able to understand what kind of internal information needs to be queried so that, for instance, the policy team could develop on these campaign topics. And then, as I was showing you before, learning that was not actually showing, we want to know what sectors are impacted, so that once we have this information, not only it enables a direct communication, as I said, it can be further analyzed at a central level. Now, going back to the presentation, so I can end. What do we need? We need promotion. We need people, local chapters to input information, feedback and criticism, because we are stress testing the tool, and also volunteering, because we need local chapters, people in the local chapters that push for information to be, input and also read from other chapters. Stefan, if you are talking, I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much for your presentation. There were actually some questions on that came in through the Tasker. Some of them are very technical, so we will definitely make sure to get them to you, but I'm perhaps not going to ask them. One of the points that is raised is that somebody claims that there are issues that they are not seeing that the Volter is not central, that there is a lot of talk about local chapters, but less about the local Volter. So how can our people participate, and how do people intervene in this instead of having necessarily to move through their local chapter, being at national level, being at local level?
Well, let me help myself with this screenshot. In this case, as I said, Arno may decide, instead of trying to understand with the local policy team or the national policy team how to best develop a policy about housing, to say, well, let me see if they develop that in Bozen as well, and ring a bell to Filippo directly. So that is the idea. The idea is that thanks to transparency, and by letting everyone know in an organized way, and in a way that is queryable, so in a tool that does not overflow you with information, but that can be queried, well, you can say, why should I invent the wheel if you can copy paste something that is being done somewhere else, or I can further develop it, or possibly I can have a unified proposition so that we actually are the pan-European party with one European proposition, but then is, I say, enriched at a local level. Because obviously you have different, say for instance, here where I live, you have bilingualism, you don't have it somewhere else. In some other places, you have some minor languages that need to be considered, but you don't have separate school. So once you have a centralized and unified propositions, you can build on it. But then you actually tell the people that we can take advantage of our unity in diversity. So we acknowledge diversity and we build on it. I mean, isn't that what Europe is about and Volt is about? Point is that we need to utilize the correct tools in order to actually use our strengths and our potential.
Thank you. By the way, one of the comments that was made through the Google form, it was not a question, more a comment, was a testimonial, I would say, of somebody who was a Dutch candidate who is now working with a city team in France to actually share a lot of the experience and of the work they had been doing in the Netherlands. And this person indeed says, well, that they really urge everyone to really go and help also out in other cities, in other countries when there are campaigns to run. And as you say, Alberto, that is indeed what Volt is all supposed to be about. So yes. Thank you very much, Sophia. Thank you very much, Alberto.
If I may allow me,
go ahead, Alberto.
Our request is come and break the tool. Come and stress test it. I mean, overflow it with information. We want to understand the limits of the process as well. Let's see if we're getting it right or if we shall amend it to accommodate the actual reality. Okay. So we will have further presentation. Thank you.
So thank you. So while in the background, people are now counting and consolidating the votes that have been casted for the various policies, and hopefully by the end, so within the next half hour, we will be ready with this. We will now have our general secretaries who will be giving us an overview of what is going to happen tomorrow at the General Assembly of Volt Europa. So with this, I will hand over to Johannes Heinrich.
Thank you, Stefan, for introducing me. While Anouk is still counting votes, I'll be taking you through the agenda for tomorrow. And then she will join a bit later on a number of administrative procedures that we'll need to take care of tomorrow. As Stefan has said, I'm Johannes. I'm the co-general secretary of Volt Europa. Joined the team in mid-December, so this is our first official event summit, so to say, and it will be my first official General Assembly tomorrow. We will start at 10 tomorrow morning, CET, that's important, so Central European time, with the welcoming by Valerie, and then some more administrative topics that we need to follow up upon. What's important is that additional agenda items can be submitted until 10 a.m. CEST tomorrow, and then after that they will be voted on. The vote will open at 10:15 and then close at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so 1500 again CEST. After the welcome by our co-president, we will move on to the Governance Commission, who will talk about the statutory review process. As you might remember, seeing from the communication that was sent out or in Workplace, we're basically reworking the statutes in an effort to making them also more flexible. We're moving some of the items that are currently regulated in the statutes into the internal regulations. So it's a technical change rather than a content change for this GA. But the Governance Commission will talk more about that tomorrow morning. And that's then we'll also have a vote that will open at 11:15 after the presentation. They'll also have a short Q&A, so if you have a question in regards to the statutory review, please pose it there. After that, we'll have the board present, and it will be Rainier and Valerie for the board on the request for approval to complete the mandate up to the next General Assembly later this year with 8 instead of 9 board members. As you know, our statutes provide that we have 9 board members, but since October of last year, we're down to 8. And the request of the board is to basically approve that they can complete their mandate with the 8 that they currently are. There'll be a bit of a presentation and also time for questions in this section. Then we'll break for a short coffee break. And after that, we'll have a presentation on the financial report 2020, which will be done by our treasurer and the co-lead of the finance team. There'll also be time for a Q&A. This won't have a vote. After that, we'll get an update on the European Citizen Initiative. If you remember, we're talking about a unified European railway system here, and the team behind the European Citizens Initiative will give you an update on where they stand and how we move along. After that, we'll have a lunch break, and then we'll reconvene with the Governance Commission again. That will explain on the electoral body. So for the board election in October of this year, or basically the second GA, the second official GA of this year, we'll introduce an electoral body that will oversee the election and also the candidate selection. And the Governance Commission will present on that. There'll be again the chance for Q&A at the end of the presentation, and the vote will then obviously also be opened after the presentation. After that, we'll have an update on our strategic objectives and actions by the Strategy Commission, which will be followed by workshops on the strategic priorities. And I'll give you a short insight of what those workshops will be on. So on professionalizing votes, the topic of the workshop will be velocity. That's our first leadership development program. And this workshop should give you a taste of what that program is all about. On the strategic action of building electability in 10 MEP countries, we'll have a presentation on the topic of Election Hub. The Election Hub was launched by the expansion team and Janko Heinecke in April of this year, and they will give a presentation on what you can find there and how that can support your election on local, regional, and national levels. On the strategic action of increasing female members, we will have a workshop with the topic of empowerment. And that's a very important topic, as you know. We're currently attracting more male than female members, yet we aim to have gender equality. So during that workshop, we will brainstorm and engage on how we can improve and attract more female members. Then on the strategic action, diversify income portfolio, we'll have a workshop from the finance and fundraising team. We will go through the key priorities for Volt Europa to have a diverse income portfolio and the initiatives that are set up to work towards this. And then last but not least, on the strategic action of living our values every day, we'll have a workshop on unconscious bias, which my colleague Anouk will lead through. And that's basically an idea, like the basis for becoming truly inclusive and aware of your unconscious biases. So that's on the workshop part. And then after that, we will have a presentation of the manifesto process. For the manifesto process, so that the new co-leads, newly appointed co-leads of the manifesto process will be presenting. And for the manifesto, we will use one of our, or we'll try to pioneer political governance innovation, which is the citizen assembly that we've also prescribed for ourselves in the policy portfolio. So our new leads on the manifesto will present on that. Then there's a spot for additional agenda items, should we have any, when the votes close at 3:30 CEST. And if we don't have any additional agenda items, we'll move straight into the closing speech by Rainier, who will then also share the preliminary results of the votes of tomorrow. And after that, we have planned for public action. Usually, we would normally have a public action and a social interaction on our general assemblies, but given obviously that we are restricted to a digital meeting, we want to do this in an alternative way. And that's why we finalize tomorrow with the public action to fight systemic discrimination. And the goal of this action is to raise awareness inside and outside of Volt and motivate upon action. And yeah, we'll use some activating methods with you and think how to contribute to the public action. And I think, yeah, this is going to round off the day quite well. And that's our overall agenda. I'm wondering whether my colleague Anouk is already online to join me.
We are almost ready, or Anouk is almost done counting, Johannes. But now we have Ines and Thor, who will look back on the day. I mean, Ines and Thor, the people who really have been working extremely hard to organize this in a great way. In the meanwhile, I see that also Anouk is first handed over to Ines and Thor, and then Anouk and Johannes will come back to announce the results of the votes.
Thank you, Stefan. And let me just stop sharing that screen for a little bit. As you did mention, we are going to have a look back at the policy summit that we had just today, what's been happening, what's going on. And as part of that, we also want to acknowledge that everybody is watching this from home, usually quite alone. That can be a little bit not so interactive. So we would like to ask you to perhaps take a little photo of your setup, of how you have been watching this summit. I'm sharing on my screen right now how I have been looking at you the entire day, how I have been working from home. Please take a photo of your workstation, of your Volt station, go to the GA info group on Workplace and share it with everybody else. So from that, Ines and I also wanted to take a little bit look at the agenda that we had today, share the topics that we had in case you forgot, in case you want to revisit them on video. So first, of course, we heard from our lovely co-presidents, Valerie and Rainier, who gave a motivational speech that we all need to listen to again. Same thing with Damien Busseleger, our MEP member of the European Parliament, and that was followed by a presentation from Ines and myself, where we explained the policy process, what's been going on in cycle 2, what will go on in cycle 3. That led, of course, straight to the policy debates, where I hope everybody was quite engaged. In fact, we can see from the numbers that we had an average of 45 people in each and every room. Of course, some more, some less, but the average being about 45 people with the 3 rooms at the same time, so ×3 times 4 different sessions. So lots of engagement, lots of debate. We also had a lunch break, always good, and then we heard from the Dutch election team with an update from Nilufer and Geert and Anna. We had an update from Volt UK, looking at their bar pop and background while they chatted a bit. And after that little briefing, we had another round of debate. Policy proposal session 2. Again, lots of good debates and lots of good Q&As. That was followed by an update on the MEP initiatives, our new energy transition program with a hint of more to come. Coffee break, Volt Romania developing their own policy process, which I hope can be an inspiration for all of the smaller Volt national chapters. We finally had a bit about the policies made politics initiatives by Alberto and Sofia, before we then come to now, the rounding off from the general secretaries and coming back to Ines and myself for closing remarks. But before we get to that, Anouk and Johannes, do we have some voting results, some preliminary voting results?
Yes, we do. And I'm happy to share them with everyone. So I'm going to throw a lot of numbers on you. And yeah, so as Thor already said, they are preliminary. I'm going to mess up that word, so I'm just going to say it once. And I'm going to do it vote by vote. And you will also see the announcements in the Tasker page so that everyone can follow up on what I'm saying. So vote number 1, the AI policy incubator, it has been approved with a total number of 745 voters, out of which 691 approved the policy proposal, 16 disapproved, and 38 members abstained of their vote, which means that the policy is approved by 97.74%. So congratulations. Then vote number 2, the animal transportation policy. It has been approved by a total of 728 voters, 606 approved, 46 disapproved, and 76 abstained. So the policy is approved by 92.94%. Moving on for more policies on animal welfare, this time for the bullfighting, vote number 3. It has been approved with a total number of 744 voters, 606 members approved, 54 disapproved, and 84 abstained, which means that the policy is approved by 91.82%. Then going on to the autonomous driving, the policy has been approved by a total number of 712 members voting, 556 approved the policy, 40 members disapproved, and 116 abstained from voting, which means that the policy is approved by 93.29%. Vote number 5 is combating period poverty, which has been approved by a total of 733 members voting, 635 approved the policy, 38 members disapproved, and 60 members abstained of voting, which means the policy is also approved by 94.35%. Then the Common European Framework for Skills and Degrees, vote number 6. It has had 738 members voting on it, 453 approved, 231 disapproved, and 54 members abstained on their vote, which means that out of the voters, 66.3% approved, but we need to have 5% of our legal members approving the policy, which is an equivalent of 469 members, which means that it did not pass the threshold to be met, and with that, the policy cannot be approved at this point. Then vote number 7, we didn't count due to the veto of our country council. Then vote number 8, Europe, a safe haven for Jews. It has been approved with a total of 743 voters, 553 approved, 91 members disapproved, 99 members abstained of their vote, which means that their policy is approved by 85.87%. Vote number 9, European Defence Force, has been approved with a total number of 738 voters, 650 approve, 39 disapprove, 49 abstains, which means that the policy is approved by 94.34%. Moving on to vote number 10, European deterrence. The policy has been approved with a total of 712 voters, 588 approved, 70 disapproved, and 54 members abstained of their vote, which means the policy is approved by 89.36%. Vote number 11, the European Federal Republic, has been approved with a total of 795 voters, out of which 670 approved, 53 disapproved, and 36 members abstained of their vote, resulting in a policy being approved by 92.67%. Then vote number 12 concerned the European Health Union, which has been approved by 390 members, 250 members disapproved, and 74 members abstained of their vote, which means that out of the voters, the policy was accepted by 60.94%, but in order for a vote to pass, it requires the 5% of our members to approve, and unfortunately, this threshold has not been met for this policy. Then vote number 13, European Sustainable Policymaking. It has been approved with a total of 688 voters, 577 approved, 33 disapproved, and 78 members abstained of their votes, which means that the policy is approved by 94.59%. Then vote number 14 on financial markets has not been counted due to the veto of our country council. Then moving on to vote number 15 about negative emissions, it has been approved with a total number of 724 voters. 60, it's a devil's number. Oh, sorry, I'm saying this wrong. 622 of our members have approved this policy. 32 members have disapproved, and then 70 members have abstained of voting on the policy of negative emissions, and the policy means that it is approved by 95.11%. Then vote number 16 on pregnancy and birth rights, which has been approved by a total of 787 voters. And here is the devil number that I went to jump on. A number of 666 members approved the policy, 33 disapproved, and 88 members abstained of their vote, which means that this policy is approved by 95.28%. And I love the numbers being so equally. Then vote number 17, Rethink Wealth. It has been approved by 447 members approval, 267 disapprove, and 80 abstained, which means that this policy by the voters has been accepted by 62.61%. But again, in order for a vote to be passed, it requires 5% of our members, which comes up to 469 members approving the policy. And unfortunately, this proposal has not met the threshold. Vote number 18, rule of law in the EU member states, has been approved with a total number of 785 voters, 752 approve, 12 disapprove, and 21 abstained on their votes, which means that this policy has been approved by 98.43%. Then vote number 19 on the VAT reform. The votes have not been counted due to the veto of our country council. And then the last vote on our space policy, vote number 20, has been approved with a total number of 831 voters, 731 members approved, 28 disapproved, and 72 members abstained of their vote, which means the policy has been approved by 96.31%. Then you were also allowed to vote upon several options within the policy, and we haven't finished counting those ones. So this means that they will be communicated with the official results on the announcement. At this point, these are all preliminary results, and we will be double checking all the votes, making sure that we did all of this correct, and we will officially confirm all votes at the beginning of next week. So a lot of numbers. Feel free to read up on it on the Tasker page. And yeah, thank you for having me have the stage still. Thank you, Johannes, for covering for me at the start. And thank you for seeing you all here at the Policy Summit.
Thank you, Anouk. And thank you also for listing those preliminary voting results. We look forward to, of course, the verified numbers. And of course, some policies did not pass the threshold despite their majority support. That does not mean the work has been in vain. We, of course, look forward to proposals for the next cycle, where we do hope that you start working immediately. So today, we, of course, had a lot of chats about process, about policies, and we do need to work on new policies. We do need to revise our existing policy portfolio with our MOP and the other policies that have been accepted last year and now. I would like to again remind you that we have several open vacancies on the policy team. So please reach out to us if you have the energy and drive and motivation to help develop European policies. I'm reminded of something that I heard from the former US President Bill Clinton when he was asked, how do you win elections? He said, it's the economy, stupid. As in it being self-evident that of course you win elections by focusing on the economy. Well, how do you develop policies? It's about the people, stupid. It's not about the process. So let's join together, work together as a group, and help everybody prepare for our upcoming elections. Ines, I will hand the floor to you.
Thank you, Thor. Thank you so much. So I just want to conclude my intervention and one of Thor to say thank you for taking part on the Policy Summit and sticking with us until the end. Thank you to all the presenters, organizers, and policymakers. This event could have not taken place without you. So following what Thor said, I would like to inspire all Volt members to keep engaging in policy making and apply for the positions available in the European policy team, because we need you to keep defying the status quo and build the world we envision. I know that sometimes taking place in politics can be daunting, simply because for far too long, positions of power have not been open to everyone. But I'm here to tell you this. This is not our story. Volt Europa represents an inclusive way of making politics, and we will keep working on this to make sure policy making belongs to all. Thank you so much for your attention, and I now turn to our amazing chair to close officially the Policy Summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is something sad, but also something positive about an online GA and policy summit. The sad part is, of course, that we cannot meet each other and speak in person. One of the life of a Volter in great time, for a great part, is spent behind a PC or on a cell phone. It had the good side of it was that we were very well prepared when the pandemic hit us, and when also the rest of our life became all reduced to a computer screen, unfortunately. But so that's really sad that we miss out on this opportunity. The positive part about it is, of course, that the whole process becomes very democratic, because a physical GA or a physical summit is always made for the people who are in the room, and other people, yes, can follow, but anyhow, it's much more difficult for them. So the good thing about doing this online is, of course, that everybody is really sort of treated in the same way, and also that it is an event that is tailored to made to the measure to be online and to also be watched and followed and participated in online. So with this, I also want to thank all the people who have really been working very, very hard for this great day. Of course, all the people who have been submitting policies, the policy team, the whole technical organization, of which the people at home probably haven't seen anything, which is good, because that means that everything went very smooth. So thank you very much to all these people. Thank you, of course, to Ines and to Thor, and also thank you for all the people who have been watching us, and all the people, of course, who have been democratically participating in this great process. So with this, I now officially declare our very first policy summit for closed. Thank you very much, everyone.